data submission standards or something, information, but minimum requirements, something. That'll be the next meeting. All right, so we were going to tag team the presentation, and then we'll have a discussion. We'll hopefully keep the presentation short. Okay, so first of all, thank you everyone for your feedback. There were lots and lots of very vigorous discussions about the proposal, so we'll go over a little bit of the feedback and the changes that we're thinking about for the minimal standards. We'll go over some proposed recommendations based on this, have some votes, I guess we're supposed to do, and propose future directions. All right, so I want to put up the slide that we put it in the last session to kind of explain the view that we have on these minimal standards. And again, just to reiterate, the idea is this is, as a community, this is what we would propose and try and get journals to adopt, is that when you publish deep sequencing data for the B or T cell repertoires, that when you publish these kinds of studies, that you would submit the data that conforms to these minimal recommendations along with the publication. Okay, so the minimal standards covers a submission, and we're suggesting that these data be deposited in SRA or some combination of SRA and GenBank, so we really have to discuss the implementation details. And as you recall, sort of there's 6 high-level elements that go into these standards. We won't go through them in detail again. And within those 6 elements, there's essentially 2 data files. There's the raw data, element 4, and there's the process data. So initially when we started this and presented 2 days ago, the line that we drew was that the process data would be a FASTA file containing the sequence level data that would be suitable for submission to VDJ assignment utilities, essentially the file that one would submit to IGBlast or HiVQuest or something like that. So after a lot of discussion, one update that we're proposing is now we take these VDJ assignments and we make this part of the requirement. Okay, so the V, potentially the D and the J segment calls, if you publish those calls as part of your paper. So if those calls are part of your paper, then that would be part of the requirement into this deposition. And we'll go over the details of what exactly that means in detail in a minute. Second large change that we are proposing to make is that, and this was done a lot in combination with the repositories group and many others, is that we would take these data elements that we've started to outline and lay on top of them a formal schema and controlled vocabularies. And so we would try and formalize this a bit more as part of the standard. So those are the 2 sort of high-level changes that we're proposing to make that would be in addition to what we talked about over the last couple days. All right. So you're going to do the... All right. Go for it.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I just wanted to summarize some of the proposed revisions to the scope of the minimal standards. And so this is very similar to what Steve has already overviewed. But in terms of the scope of the standards, what we've decided to do is add some information about VDJ and constant region. If these are reported in the publication, then we are proposing that the following data elements would be included. So as part of our box 5, we would include the name and version number of the germline database and the protocol used to assign VD and J and isotype as a free text field. And then if there were novel alleles, we would identify those with an associated GenBank accession number. In element 6, each sequence would be annotated with the name of the VDJ, constant region, and CDR3 sequence. And so those would be the additional fields. And then I wanted to also highlight the written feedback that we've received over the last few days from the AIRR during this meeting, and especially a shout out to Avidan, who is really the main trooper with this. And so I wanted to go through some of the comments that were made on the spreadsheet with all the fields. And so the first comment was, should there be information on the number of clonotypes? And so currently we're not including the collapsing of clones in the data set. That's kind of a downstream, the identification of clonal lineages is a downstream data analysis piece at the moment. The second question was, for cell phenotyping, should there be extra fields for cells that bind to known antigenic specificities? I think that's a great idea, and so we propose to perhaps link this to IEDB, where there are fields potentially that can capture this information already. The third comment was about quality threshold definitions. So currently in our spreadsheet we have, we proposed a free text description of how QC thresholding was performed. But in response to this comment, I think what we will do is, in the free text, we can include guidance on the types of quality control descriptions that can be included, such as primer trimming or scanning per nucleotide, looking for deletions, having window lengths, and things of that sort. The fourth comment, which was made both orally and in writing on the spreadsheet, was to comment about QC for RNA, DNA. The RNA QC, we were going to use the RIN. DNA, we have not yet decided. A lot of the nitty-gritty of the controlled vocabulary for the spreadsheet is not decided yet at this point. In terms of the methods for extraction, the kit names and the protocols, right now we don't have that included. The fifth item was about barcodes. Currently we're not specifying the manufacturer and quality level. And then the final comment was about mapping of samples to batch, flow, cell, and lane, and that we completely agree that this needs to be explicitly mapped out in order to be able to use the data. So that's something that we will be doing, and we'll map each sample accordingly. So with that, we also received additional feedback from the Repository Working Group. And the Repository Working Group had the very clever idea that for the data fields where there are unstructured data, they recommended that we collapse all of those into a single text field that's a free text field. And the idea there is that if we subsequently can come up with a better controlled vocabulary over time, then we can add those as elements to the list, and that will be much easier to do than to try to correct free text elements in the list. So we think that that's a good idea, and that we will implement that. So those were the feedback, and now I thought we could move on to the recommendations of the working group and the voting. Are there any comments from the group, though, before I proceed with that?
One very quick question. Why are you asking, or why are we potentially asking for both nucleotide and amino acid sequences from CDR3?
I think that was one of the situations where we could not agree amongst ourselves to one or the other, and so.
Well, that seems.
But tell me what you prefer and why, and we can.
Nucleotide sequences, because
yeah.
You can always get the amino acid sequences, but you can't go backwards.
Fair enough.
Right, but I mean that can be done on the server side. I mean, I think that we should lower the barrier to the extent possible to people providing this data, and asking them to provide both nucleotide and amino acid sequences just seems like why?
So brief question, so if you're going to deposit the CDR3, do you also want to deposit the numbering scheme that you use to identify the CDR3?
Can you go to a mic, Corey? Right. Go ahead. Go up to the mic and say the same thing. Yep.
I think the idea was that it would just be easier to query the CDR3s if they were present as amino acids. And it's also, if you're a bioinformatician submitting this data, it's probably not that hard for you to generate the amino acid sequences as well. I imagine a valid complaint would be, why waste the bytes on actually storing the thing twice? But it's not a huge deal one way or the other.
So when you were discussing this, you mentioned like you should put this in if it's, I guess, with the VDJ, you put it in if it's reported in the publication. But so where are we with the discussing of submission to a common repository versus submission, that's actually with publication? Is that, are we differentiating those two, or?
Right. So the question is whether we should differentiate between submission to a journal versus submission to a repository. The main focus here is submission to a repository that accompanies a journal submission. So it is not as all-encompassing as the requirements for publishing something. It's really focusing on the data that are needed by the central repository that can then be shared once the study has been published.
So I also think that requiring amino acid sequences for non-productive CDR3s might be counterproductive.
Just a comment on element 5 there. Currently, the previous versions of the germline databases tend to sort of disappear into the ether. I suggest that we actually require the accession number for all the sequences that we use in our germline databases. It's much easier for people to actually trace what people have used, rather than just novel and a version number of a database which may not be accessible in the future.
Point well taken.
If you're going to do that, you have to make it easy for people to find, because people go to IMGT and they have no clue what the GenBank accession numbers for those are.
So how would you recommend doing it?
I mean, you could imagine having a list somewhere of just a simple table. This allele is this accession. And if we get a new germline database or a new meta layer on top of the IMGT germline database, like Tools and Resources has been talking about, you can imagine incorporating into that, and maybe that would be helpful. But I'm not sure it's ultimately solvable, because there are always going to be immunologists who have never been in this room who are going to submit something to IMGT and say, like, oh, look, I'm being a good scientific citizen, I'm depositing an SRA, and maybe that's not a big deal because they probably aren't going to be AIRR compliant on any number of dimensions. So, but I think this might be actually a formidable barrier to try and find GenBank numbers for the IMGT repertoire.
But it sounds like it might be a very good idea to include that in our suggestions for a germline allele database upgrade.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, exactly on this spirit. I mean, it should be a recommendation to do this, but there's a good example where you maybe not completely unable to do it, and then you just report that. And obviously you can also then come up as a community with, okay, IMGT that year, this name was this, you have a mapping in another place to do this, right? As long as you force people to write it in. But then I wanted to get back to the what was ignored, the CDR3 coordinate definition. I think you need to also include that they not only describe how they do the VDJ calls, but also what is their basis for calling a CDR3.
Did you want to say something?
Yes. One suggestion might be to actually ask people to simply upload the database they used. Like from a data storage perspective, those databases are tiny, right? And then I mean, IMGT might not like you to, because you taking the database and you're giving it to someone else, but ultimately that would solve many of the tracking down the particular GenBank accession or whatever problems.
Okay, so but if we, as we had discussed for Tools and Resources, if we want to push all germline databases towards having a versioning scheme and being
basically downloadable, even if it's an old version, then I think the most simple step is to get a DOI for a given database version, and then you just would annotate the DOI. Otherwise, I mean, yes, it's not a lot of storage, but providing a DOI is much simpler for the normal user than trying to download and deposit the database by itself.
And also, you mean, that would be better overall anyway, because otherwise we're talking about a list of 60 or 70 GenBank session numbers that, which, okay, we have bigger supplemental tables all the time, but
that may work if you're using a species-specific database, like a complete database. But what if you're using like a personalized database against a single individual? Then you can't really use that type of system. You need like accession numbers for the specific.
Sure, but if you're using a personalized database, then you're going to have easy access to all those, if you're the type of power user who's generating the personalized database, germline database, and then using it for analysis, I would imagine it'd be very simple for you to say, okay, I deposited these personalized sequences. That would go sort of together with the novel alleles concept there.
How do you report it? As a list of accession numbers? I mean, that's what I'm...
No, but if you have a personalized database, then, I mean, in most cases, what we're thinking about is this database basically would be a flat FASTA file. So basically, you get a DOI for this flat FASTA file, problem solved, you annotate the DOI. With this one, it's basically, of course, so yes, it would be preferable if each of those elements is deposited in GenBank, but no one keeps you from basically having this FASTA file, annotating the GID in the FASTA header. So thereby, then this linkage would occur, but we don't necessarily have to do it at this level.
I just wanted to say that a DOI, I mean, I think that's wonderful, but it's no guarantee of permanence. No.
We're all on this planet for a limited time. No.
but a list of GenBank numbers is. I mean, if that goes in with the submission, then that is actually a complete and concrete.
So I thought that there is basically that to get to be licensed as a DOI repository, you need to have some kind of standards on how long you will maintain that data. I mean, yes, of course. I mean,
but I believe the user can delete. No? Okay,
so I tried to look this up. So the DOI Foundation doesn't make any fixed recommendations about changing it. So theoretically, it can be a living document, so be changed after the DOI has been granted. As far as deletion goes, I'm not aware that this is possible.
I know you can mint DOIs for GitHub repositories now, and I don't think there's anything that keeps you.
Oh, okay, then
just killing the GitHub repository. So.
Okay. Then
so
we have to find a hardened DOI.
So the pure mechanics of DOIs aside, I didn't know this off the top of my head, but I was searching for it while we were talking. There's an existing mechanism to link from GenBank to IMGT called dbxref. So I guess all you have to do is flag that in your GenBank submission, and then you get an automatic link to IMGT accessions. Other people may know more about that than I do, but it seems like that's something that exists. Also, on the study level, you can also flag GenBank depositions to DOIs by using something called linkout. So that's another option. So these are all sort of mechanical things that exist, and the framework for them exists. It's just a matter of doing the technical implementation, which isn't all that difficult. The difficult part, to my mind, in my personal experience, is getting to submitters and getting submitters to put those flags in to their submissions and making submitters aware of this kind of thing. And that's not necessarily a trivial thing to do, but I think the underlying infrastructure exists. It's just a matter of getting everybody to work together such that data's coherent.
Super. Okay, so I think with that, and we have an opportunity to potentially return to this topic when we get to the repository working group, I'd like to move on now to the recommendations for the minimal standards working group, if that's okay. Was there one more comment?
Yeah, I would like to go back to the amino acid and nucleotide issue. I would like to support the amino acid level, storage at that level, for two reasons. First one is it's my own interest because I work in the proteomic level and the nucleotide level. Secondly, if I envision in the future other system interfacing with this system or this repository as protein PDB or docking algorithms or whatever works in the amino acid level, this will be encouraging researchers to use the repository.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms of the recommendations then, we could start with the first one, which is that we propose a framework of agreed upon data and metadata for submission to data repositories upon publication to facilitate sharing of information from different experiments. These data will span the 6 required topics outlined by the Minimal Standards Working Group, with the addition now of VDJ and C assignments from the investigators. So the first vote is, do we as a community accept the revised scope for the minimal standards? So can I see some hands in favor? All in favor? Okay. All opposed? Do we want to have any discussion from the about any issues for those who oppose?
Since I was the only one and I like making trouble, I just don't like the VDJ idea. I feel like there's a certain level of, I mean, I get it when it's actually a core part of the paper and it's of interest to know the VDJ assignments of the researcher. I just feel like the moment you put VDJ assignments into a database, you kind of create this false sense of security. Because what if those V segment assignments are total shit or meaningless, or you have ambiguous assignments where it could be either or, like, and then you just get into hot water so fast, and I just don't like it.
Okay.
I just
can I answer directly? So we have had this discussion and long discussions about this, and therefore in the first proposal we left this out. But there is some advantage that you report what the researcher is seeing at the time of publication, what he has. So, and later on you can compare it, and if it's hand curated, maybe it's a very rare species or some really rare, so you have to hand annotate your assignments, which is not possible to do on the fly afterwards again. So therefore we agreed on it that for information purpose, store this information as well. If you want to use the data set for reanalyzing and compare it to your own data set, we always recommend to reanalyze them with the current state of art, with all of them with the same tools, with the same reference set.
I want to point out, I totally get where you're coming from and where the compromise is coming from. Like, I get that. It's like I'm not like, I understand where it's coming from. I just don't like it. I feel it's, anyway, that's all I got for this.
And kind of coming back to the focus on, sharing data that's been published versus not published, and I appreciate the working group able to give a clear focus that this is your focus right now is on, facilitating sharing data that's been published. But I think we should, in the future keep our vision that, there's going to be a lot of these data out there that aren't published, and I think part of our job is to facilitate comparing and sharing those data too.
We say that this is required if you publish, but of course you're free to submit even if it's not published.
Any other discussion on the first vote? Okay. Yep.
Do we have a format for this VDJ assignment? I mean, how do we? I mean, it's okay for the raw data to be submitted, but what's the format for this? We didn't really discuss this before.
So again, this is so the format is actually that these are going to be free text fields. So essentially, with the sequence level data that's in that element 6, with each of those sequences, there would be a field for the VCOL the D call if it was made, the J call, the isotype call, and those would be essentially free text fields that the researcher could submit the names that they feel are appropriate. And again, I think there was a big consensus that that's not ideal, but that it's going to take additional effort. And over the next year, one of the things we should work on is trying to come to some more standardization of what those fields should be constrained with.
I do think that there should also be just a recommendation on top of this about how we would prefer it to be. If 90% of the things in those text fields are just going to be the IMGT alleles, then we say if you use the IMGT alleles, which you probably will, this is how we want them, just for the sake of making it easier to compare across people's data sets and stuff like that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Going once? Okay, so the second topic for voting is the approval of the individual data fields. And now this is a much trickier aspect since there are very many of them. Now the document has been online, and what I propose is that the community can take a look at that document again, and if there are other comments that people have outside of this meeting, they can continue to look at that document, certainly for a little bit longer. But I just wanted to get a sense from the group right now whether there are any obvious things that are missing or need to be added to the finer points within the fields, the data fields. So are there any comments from the audience about the data fields? Or is everybody exhausted at this point? Everybody's exhausted at this point. I think there's a consensus of exhaustion. Okay. But in principle, do we have approval from the group for the types of... hang on, here we go.
Okay. So I think the steps 1 through 6 I have no problems with. And then there's these fields are a first approximation of what are the kinds of things you're talking about within them.
Correct.
The individual fields specifically as they're spelled out, I have lots of problems with many of them.
Okay.
But I think the approach as outlined, if it's primarily, okay, it's step 1, you describe the study, it's primarily free text, and then you're pulling out, well, I want to have some elements really standardized. I think that's the right approach, and agreeing on specifics. I don't think we have to agree at any more level right now for the spirit of getting this out. So that's
okay.
And we have not yet made that recommendation, right, of condensing the unstructured fields into a single field. So that will be done. I think we wanted sort of a general idea of whether
are we on the right track?
And the plan is to actually formalize this in a publication with a document, with a detailed table, and at that point we would essentially all have the chance to put our names on this or not. And that's where the low-level details would get hammered out.
So I think that Bjorn's point is very important, and we should be very clear on what it is we're approving. Are we approving these data fields, or are we approving the sense that we're headed in the right direction for these data fields? And I think that if the latter is the case, then we also need to have language that says how we're going to get to the final data fields that we're all going to at some point agree upon.
Right. So I think it is the second one. So we have the document currently on the AIRR website, and that's where it will reside for the next couple weeks. And I think what we will do there is take the feedback from the meeting, work on integrating the fields that are free text into a single field, and update the descriptors, and then hopefully anyone who has issues with the individual fields will please give us feedback so that we can make that table as close to ideal as possible.
I guess also kind of what we're asking is there any major information that's missing from those set of elements?
Or that needs, or that there's too much and that there should be something that's taken away. That's also, we're very eager for your feedback.
So I might just make the comment that I don't think that we can, kind of like democratically decide on 150 different fields here.
Agreed.
Yeah, maybe following up with a survey of the community after people come up with, fields that may be problematic, and then, you know, a quick survey, how do the people in the community feel? Maybe that would be helpful in terms of the committee deciding.
Okay, other comments about the data fields? Okay. So our second recommendation is that these data and metadata deposits be required for publication. No, I think we have a non-vote, right? We have a consensus for a non-vote on the specific data fields. So recommendation 2, that the data and metadata deposits are required for publication. And recommendation number 3 is that we recommend having data and metadata uploads occur to a central repository, such as SRA GenBank, including the metadata annotations. Investigators would also use more specialized databases for accessing specific data analysis tools. And this is really where a lot of what we've been talking about for the last few days overlaps with the repository group. So are there any general comments about these 2 recommendations?
So, and I guess this is also for the second session. I think there's technical details on the second step, how the SRA GenBank would work, how would we enforce validity of the submission, and we missed you last week. So I think these are still to be figured out, but if we can get the, if there will be a mechanism in which we can ensure that those fields that we consider to be standardized, that can be ensured that they must be that they will be valid in the submission, then this is perfect. If there needs to be some kind of external mechanism in which we can approve that this is it's a valid submission, then it might have to be like a gateway to a submission or an external validator or whatever.
I think what we're looking for is a mandate to pursue this approach. And try and make it work with SRA and the validation and all of that. But if this is not even the approach we want to pursue, if we don't even want to try to work with SRA and GenBank to try and get this implemented, we should know that now and then change tack.
I mean, no doubt you would include this, but I think we should run through to the point at which we can try a submission to SRA and validate that it is actually something that we're all prepared to live with before we make a final decision on that. We're adding a lot of metadata in.
Excellent idea.
There's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done in coordination with SRA before we would even be to the place where we could test that. I think there's a tremendous amount of work that needs to be done in coordination with SRA before we would even be at the position of being able to test that. So I agree with you, testing that is important, but I think what the group is looking for is approval to do that work that would have to be done in order to get the infrastructure in SRA that would allow us to do that.
If there is a lot of work to be done, do we know that they're up for doing it?
So the second slide you guys put up, I took a picture of it and sent to the head of SRA, as well as Tanya Barrett, who's the head of Biosample, where we keep our metadata. I think people are pretty excited. I mean, we can't, obviously we can't do like huge, massive code changes that would affect the entire community, but there are certainly things that we can do. But once again, I mean, I think a lot of this is just sort of making it work. I mean, for example, there's a group called CEDAR at Stanford who is doing mediation of biosample submissions right now. And honestly, they're doing some domain-specific things through Google Forms. I mean, it need not, and then just translating that to validatable XML. So it's just, it's doable. I mean, everything it takes a little bit of work to make it work, especially if you have predefined fields. And I think the idea of putting this, I think one really good idea that I hadn't thought of, but putting all of this unstructured text in sort of one column is a brilliant idea, because then it can be mined on later and expanded out. So I hope that helps.
Well, I'm just really saying what I'm saying because, you know, I mean, SRA is it's a great resource, but there certainly have been comments in the past about difficulties submitting to SRA. And I think with the amount of additional data we're looking to add, we need to keep a kind of running brief on is this still the right way to do it. I very much hope it will be, but we don't want to end up with something that people say, you know, I'd love to do this, but I just can't. It's not working for me.
Agreed. Other comments? Sitting on the edge of your chair, so
it's a minor point, and there is some mirroring, but you might want to talk to ENA as well. In addition to SRA.
Did you get Mike?
All the underlying data, or not all, but like a large proportion of the underlying data ends up getting shared. So, but I mean, if that would work, particularly for people like on the European side of the house, we could talk about that. The more important thing is that all the metadata ends up the same. I mean, so that people can actually look stuff up and discover stuff. That's really going to be the most important thing.
Thank you. Other comments? No. Okay.
I guess the only final minor point as well is that if the data goes in the SRA, there should be a very unambiguous way that we know that someone deposited an AIR specific piece of data, so that if someone has their separate database that's like putting a front end on top of it, they can actually find the AIR data sets and don't have to mine, you know, free text to see if like, oh, this looks like it might be receptors or something. There should be like a very crystal clear way to search for AIR and get every single data set.
Great idea.
Isn't that the point of the common repository, that there be some central listing of all AIR data sets?
There is, but I think
Wants it to be explicit.
Well, I think that SRA is kind of being used as the common repository, at least for now, to begin with. So
my understanding was there was going to be some sort of, I forget what the term, central registry, thank you. That was what the term was, central registry. And so that the idea would be if you want to find AIR data sets, instead of going to SRA, you go to the central registry and then it links out to all the SRA numbers.
So if I were going to implement such a central registry, I am asking that someone put an identifier in the SRA data so that I can find your data sets.
Okay, I think at this point we need to move on, but thank you very much for all of your helpful comments. So in terms of the voting, do we endorse a single data repository model for raw data and metadata uploads? Are we at a point where we could vote for that? Are all in favor? Anyone opposed? Wow, that was great. Okay. All right, so we'll move on then to the final two recommendations. Recommendation 4 is that funding mechanisms should be pursued for infrastructure support to enable investigators to perform the time-consuming process of data entry. This funding model currently exists for import, but is not currently accessible to most investigators, and I think for this to be a broadly used mechanism, we need to somehow find a way to lower the activation barrier threshold. So the second component, the recommendation number 5, is that we should also try to pursue funding to support AIRR compliant repository or repositories for validating and maintaining the metadata, since this also is a non-trivial amount of work and we want this to be a stable mechanism. We don't want to put all this effort into creating a repository and then, 5 years from now it goes fading into the sunset because there's no money to maintain it. And validating the data as well as maintaining it are major tasks. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to that's for later. Okay, so the future directions, which are here somewhere, aren't they? Where did they go? Uh-oh, looks like we're missing our future directions. Well, I can actually, I have them on my laptop, so. Okay, so poor Florian here has to do a little bit of, okay, thank you.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Yeah, for future directions, so one major point is actually not written here, but we would like to continue our work and try to implement what we have decided here on the meeting. And the goal is, if we get something wrong with SRA, if we can implement the fields and everything, then we would like to have a high impact publication so that we write it up, specify it, and then try to have a high impact publication. Before we publish it, we would like to send it out to all the members from this meeting again and get the final agreement on the final set of data and how they are structured and everything. Then the last moment you can say something against it, or you can actually support this with actively saying, yes, I support this, and then you become part of the publication. Which way we have to decide that. But yeah, this is the task for the next time. And further on with the repository group, we would like to specify the next step, so what is on top of SRA, and also to bring them on board and work together with them to move on, to make it more user-friendly, make it more easy to search for terms, and VDJ annotation, assignment results, and so on. So it's everything what is on top on SRA. This would be one step for the future as well. And for this, we also would like to include more databases to agree on these standards so that they maybe automatically access the SRA data and upload them in their database and annotate them with their specific focus. So talking for import, that import have a direct link to the SRA data, but then also add maybe a lot of other metadata like ELISA results or FACS results and detailed site-off results for the same experiment. Because I mean, one part of the experiment is the VDJ annotation, but in the future I think it's more and more metadata becomes available and becomes more and more important. So this can be added then on top of it. And one other thing is, I mean, this is a young field, so the technology will change, I'm pretty sure. The question is when and which direction, so we have to update the minimal standards and adopt the new direction and redefine them if it turns out that it's not useful or one major point is missing.
Still struggling with one point, and I hate to keep bringing that up, is are we actually sure that we don't run into ethical issues with the data that we're going to deposit? And we assume that we can put the data in SRA, but now we're going in the road of actually going there. Are we actually sure that we didn't miss any ethical discussions there?
We were thinking about the ethics and discussions, and right now people upload data to SRA, also including metadata. And the other thing, if you're not allowed to do it, then there's dbGaP, for example, so which could be a similar structure, and then you have to upload your data there. And if you're not allowed to upload your metadata, then you can't do it. I mean, to make it simple, but we are hoping that we can get at least a certain amount of metadata, because otherwise it's kind of hard to reuse the data.
dbGaP would be an alternative repository then?
So dbGaP is not alternative. So dbGaP is essentially built on SRA, but it provides controlled access and approvals for gaining access to the data that are consistent with IRBs and things like that.
So how does it work exactly then? The data is in SRA, but it's being accessed via dbGaP, or?
Maybe.
So dbGaP is the NCBI database of genotypes and phenotypes. And basically, if you have genomic data, like whole genome sequencing data, in conjunction with phenotypes, the appropriate place to put that is dbGaP, obviously just for human. So the security mechanism is actually run on an NIH level, not at the NCBI level. And basically the idea is that you have to be an approved investigator. There's approved investigators all over the world. And then you put in an application just saying that you're not going to put the data on the internet essentially, and you're going to comply with US law regarding HIPAA, and then you can get access to the data in dbGaP. As for the structure, the phenotype, you can actually put a lot more phenotypes in dbGaP than you can put in SRA. So that's one interesting thing, or kind of. But so you can put a lot more human phenotypes, specific individual level phenotype information in dbGaP than SRA. And then the other thing is, I forgot the other thing I was going to say. So, but it's along the same structure, and you can look in the same metadata tables for dbGaP and SRA data and compare that. And you could also, somebody was mentioning searching for AIRR. That's something you could put as a field in both databases, and it would be searchable.
I think that as we're talking about the future, I think we need to also talk about the very immediate future. You talked about writing a paper and getting it submitted, and I think that also what we are hoping to do is to have a ratified, endorsed set of standards that we would also submit to funding agencies and publishers and that sort of thing. So while we have made a great deal of progress, we have endorsed the direction that we're going. We still have not a specific endorsement of anything that would be complete enough to send to funding agencies to publish and so forth. So I think that what we need to do is to really have a clear idea of how we're going to get to that point as soon as possible after this meeting. So I don't know, maybe what we need to do is to talk about this this afternoon, but I think that that's a really critical piece of what we're doing here. If you have any thoughts about that, please let us know as well.
So our idea on how to accomplish that, from what I've seen in other contexts, is that we would essentially write this up as a manuscript that would include sort of the detailed data fields, the schema, the control vocabularies, sort of everything that would go into this as a manuscript. And then essentially the endorsement by the community would be a listing of authors that you would be willing to sort of put your name on this document that in detail would outline the proposal.
Well, I think that we need, I would suggest that we do it somewhat differently. I mean, I think that ultimately that is what you want to have. You want to have a manuscript, and the authors are all those that endorse. But I would be very hesitant to make it a choice between authorship and having specific things that you'd like to change. In other words, I think that what we should do is to do the best job we can of getting consensus on the items themselves first, so that it's not sort of, here's a manuscript and I don't like the fact that you've used a semicolon here, but instead to actually make it about the recommendations first and then put them into the manuscript, or have the manuscript point to them.
So we always use commas.
Well, that's also wrong.
I agree. So we've been having monthly conference calls, and we would invite everybody who's interested to attend. We will circulate drafts of this manuscript as we write it, well before it's in final submission form. So we won't put it out and say we're hoping to submit this next week, sign on or don't. Maybe we can just keep a draft version. I mean, we've had versions of this on Google Docs, so we can keep that having public read access for people who want to see the document and comment on the document.
It's okay. I think that in the interest of time, what we'll have to do is to come up with the exact procedure that we'll be using later on today. Another point in the meeting.
Let me just make a suggestion here, possibly, kind of following from what Tom was saying. I don't know if Ermax can do it, but somebody ought to be able to do. I would strongly advise that you, if you can, to do from somebody's site, a webinar, when you get to the point of having everything in place and you want the community to come in and attend and vote on it, right? That it'd be like what we were hoping would happen today, but isn't happening today, right? You just do it virtually. What do you think of that?
I think that's fine. I think if I can read into Tom's comment, I mean, I guess the issue is when that happens, we don't want that to happen at too late in the process where we're sort of at the point of submission, everything, you know, the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed.
Well, that's up to you, isn't it? I mean, aren't you going to write a paper once you figure out what you're going to put into it?
We are, but I guess we want to make sure that there's sufficient community input during that process before it gets to the point where people don't really feel like they have any input.
That's exactly right. But I think that's what Tom's saying is, Tom, tell me if I'm wrong. But I think the idea is that you come up with those elements, the full elements, before you write a paper, ask everybody if they agree with it, they vote on it, then you write your paper. Do you understand? What do you think about that process?
I mean,
No.
The only thing that I would say is Brandon's comment seems relevant. It's hard to deal with that kind of level of detail democratically. You can't have 150 people trying to agree on 150 data elements. We never agree on anything. So no, I'm not saying that I disagree with Tom or that I think that they should do it by fiat. That's not what I'm trying to say. But you know, I think this process has been ongoing, and there's been a lot of feedback here at the meeting. And you know, clearly, as Steve or Jamie or whoever said, you know, they're invited. Anyone who wants to join these calls is invited and is welcome. But at some point, it does have to be authorship or not. You just can't vote on everything. That's all.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean that you know, the Congress is able to pass bills that are more complicated than this, and oh, that's true. I'm sorry. Never mind.
Because somebody writes them and nobody else reads them.
Just on another technical, that's funny. Just on another technical note, the current biosample templates that house the metadata have this concept of mandatory and optional fields, and that's probably something in terms of agreement and disagreement. I mean, if there are going to be some fields that are sort of unanimously agreed on, and one can write a validator that says, okay, you have to have this field, and then there's other fields that there will be disagreement on, and fields where there's disagreement, you can have those as optional fields. I mean, I think that's probably a pretty reasonable way to do it. So, yeah.
And I think there's a lot of interest in writing such a validator for the community. And I guess just on that, just very.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to make very clear, because it came up several times yesterday, what we're discussing are the sort of required fields, and we do believe and we encourage that there should be lots of other information like clone definitions if you include them, like lots of other annotation that may go along with the publication that would be optional but would be being a good citizen to submit with this, which we are not, which are not part of the proposal here.
Maybe just a gentle idea in terms of if there was like a SurveyMonkey type survey where you take the 80 fields, each field is a yes, no comment section, and you'll find out very quick which fields are well supported and which ones are controversial, and maybe that would help the committee and focus the time on, okay, these 76 we all agree on, these 4 we need to work with, and then send out a draft. I don't know if that sounds like a good plan. Or...
I just wanted to make a point about controlled vocabularies. If they're too controlled, then what you get is valid submissions that are inaccurate. This has happened with some prominent databases in the past, the PDB, for example. You can go and test whether or not some of the data is plausible. I think people randomly type numbers in until they find one that's compliant in the worst scenario. So I just wanted to make that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think, thank you very much, and I think we have an agreement that we go on with this, and yeah, thank you.
So as Lindsay's getting started, I think a meta comment is that a lot of the work that we had originally done or tried to do was already presented and kind of decided upon in the previous working group. And I mean, I think this worked really well, like discussing with you guys and coming to these joint agreements. So we're going to end up with much less content, but that doesn't mean that we didn't do any work.
Okay, so we didn't prepare a presentation in terms of slides, but what we wanted to do is just quickly review our document and then I guess vote on it in its entirety if voting is what we're going to do. We did make some changes in response to the discussion that we had on Monday and Tuesday, but really the changes were relatively minor, and the main change was to make more clear which recommendations are required for repositories who want to be considered in compliance with the set of recommendations versus recommendations that we just think are good practice that we want to encourage the community to adopt. Most of the discussion we felt like was asking for clarification or more detailed specification on how some of these things would be put into place, and so that we've incorporated into the future work section. So those would be tasks that the working group would take on for the coming year. And just like the previous group, we welcome anyone to participate and join the group who's interested in informing that process, either by participating in our regular calls or by commenting online through the GitHub repository. So just to now, any other intro comments that you guys want to make? So there's an overview page that calls out the 4 categories of recommendations that we have set up. So there are recommendations on data sharing and access, on repository infrastructure, on what type of data to be shared, and on how to coordinate with the NIH Data Commons effort. We have here in the intro just clarified that there are recommendations both required as well as just best practice. Now moving into the detailed recommendations, in this section here we highlight those recommendations that are required, and those are bolded further down into the document. So starting with data sharing and access, there are 7 recommendations in this section. So we recommend that journals and funding agencies require deposition of the data into SRA and a compliant repository. So that would be SRA as the standards working group just described, and then metadata and so forth in a compliant repository, which we've discussed automated means to extract the metadata and other information from SRA to minimize burden on users for submission, but that we would recommend, and again, this is recommend, not required, we would recommend that those data be available in a compliant repository.
And I think we were hesitant to write exactly the same thing like we had, because we said we need to clarify the technical details with SRA, how this validation will work, and so I think in general in several of these things there are technical issues that are not clear yet, so our recommendations are very much more along the lines of this is our general plan and we need more details, kind of like your data fields. So these are more So is there a need for an external repository for the submission? There may or may not. It may all just go into a GenBank SRA and everything is good, and we would like to see that happen, but we didn't write that in here because we weren't clear how the technical details of validation would work.
Yes, so obviously the first step would be to work with SRA to get as much in there as possible, and then take a step back and evaluate whether anything additional is needed in order to meet the needs of the community. Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, yeah. So in that bold piece in 2, you're saying you recommend that the repository be required. Does that mean the repository is required, or It's recommended.
No, so what we say is that if someone creates a repository, so let's say Steve, like he said yesterday or the day before, goes to SRA and pulls out all the repertoire sequencing data, puts a repository up on the web, and he says, hey, I want AIRR community to bless my repository as being a repository that's in compliance with the community's recommendations. Then our recommendation is, in order for him to receive that status, that blessing, his repository needs to not restrict access.
I think the answer might be what's a recommendation of the working group that once we vote on now becomes a requirement.
Though I get what you're saying, the wording's a little bit iffy, but we're saying this document is not a list of rules and guidelines. This is our recommendation to the community. So we're recommending that we would like for this to be required, assuming everyone else agrees that that's the way it should be.
So again, just to...
I don't think that we're at the stage that we could require all the data to be made available openly, because whether we like it or not, there are people who are saying that their sequences are human sequences and they should be controlled. And there I think we can have a strong recommendation that we don't think they need to be controlled. But in the end, people are going to have to comply with whatever consents they've raised to do their experiments.
Right, and those people, as the previous working group pointed out, would put their data in dbGaP, which has controlled access.
But here you're saying that a repository would be required to provide open access. And
only a repository that wants to have a particular type of recognition from this community.
So
I would think of it.
But this is exactly my point. Right now, people are doing experiments under consents that do not allow them to make the data public. And I think that's likely to continue, at least for a while. I think we can influence it, but we can't stop it happening right now. If we say you can only be an AIRR certified database if everything in there is open, then either nobody's going to certify their databases, or a lot of data that we would like to have access to, even if it's controlled access, won't be put there because you won't be able to put it into the database.
But I think that the way we influence things is to make this a requirement. If we say if you want to be in an AIRR compliant database, it has to be open access, then that's going to get people thinking about their consent structures and how they design future IRB approvals. There's a lot of data that's been published that looks really interesting that I would like to access for various types of meta-studies and stuff that I do. And it's in dbGaP, and not only is it in dbGaP with restricted access, like we heard before, that you just basically have to sign that you're not going to release it publicly, but a lot of these data sets are actually in the dbGaP with the restriction of IRB approval. Now, let me tell you, there's no way any IRB anywhere is giving me approval to do anything because it's, and so that, for me, that data might as well not have been deposited at all.
Exactly.
And that's not exactly true, because I'm sure there are people in this audience who have experience with IRBs and could get IRB approval to access these data sets. But from my perspective, it's might as well not have been deposited. So I think that the point here is that we say, not that you're obviously correct that there are people right now who are under constraint of previously defined consent protocols who cannot deposit an open database. That's fine. They'll go in dbGaP. They'll do whatever they have to do to follow their rules. We're not telling them to break those rules. We're saying if you want to be part of this community and you want to be part of the community in the sense of depositing your data for the community, it has to be open access. And then once we say that, the goal of saying that is that people will say, oh, well, then I better revisit my consent protocol and my IRB approval. And if they don't, well, then they're saying that I don't really feel like I'm part of this community anyway. And we regret that. We want people to be part of this community, but there's always going to be people who aren't going to listen to us. Like we're not, any sort of, even if we make a society, we're still not going to have any power. So.
Well, and again, I want to emphasize that part of why this is maybe confusingly worded is we were trying to make clear that the requirement per se only applies to a repository that wants to be recognized in a particular way. It's not saying we require anything of individual data generators. So they would be free to choose to submit or not submit or submit somewhere else depending on the context of their study.
If you want to be part of our community, this is what we feel like are the requirements are for being part of our group, because we can't force anyone to do anything, but we're setting, the only thing we can do is set our own democratically agreed upon rules for our own in-group.
So just building off those two previous comments, I think this is a beautiful opportunity to define what we want to happen and not what has been happening and how can we fit what we're doing now, what these recommendations do fit with previous work. And so I think this is a great opportunity to say this is what's optimal, and at the same time we can say something like we recommend this for any study where the consent form is signed after 2017. And so that way we don't exclude previous research, and we also have a path moving forward, just thinking long term here.
Yeah, no, exactly. And like Tanya commented either yesterday or the day before, you create a default recommendation, but then there are always mechanisms for exceptions when those are necessary. But we word it as, like you were saying, the ideal that we would like to have.
Okay, so in general, I agree with Chaim and Brandon, but just one more thing about dbGaP, since we right now think it to be a rather optimal solution for restricted data. Can I, as a non-US entity, deposit there? Because, I mean, after Safe Haven agreement has been sacked, I don't think that there would be any IRB approval from side of an EU entity to deposit data there.
So IRB approval is not necessary is not a requirement of dbGaP. What I was told is that the people who are depositing data in dbGaP set the access policy based on their consent protocols. So depending on what the consent protocol for the data that you have, I don't know if this answers your question, but you could maybe.
So the point might be that not to violate my IRB approval, I might not be allowed currently as an EU entity to deposit in dbGaP because it does not apply to European data privacy standards anymore. And that's the question, whether anyone here in this room has experience with this, whether for non-US entities this might actually pose an issue.
Is there a European counterpart, kind of like NCBI, EBI, that we could name as the appropriate?
It might be. I'm not aware. So since, I mean, we always talked about dbGaP, but so it just came across my mind that this actually might pose an issue now.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. We should dig up more.
So I would nearly bet that if you have those kinds of concerns by your IRB, that the data will be, if you deposit it, wherever you deposit it, be completely useless to any kind of reanalysis anyway, because there will be constraints like he was pointing out that you'll not be able to. In my personal experience working with dbGaP, I don't know who's worked with dbGaP, it's extremely painful, right? It is so painful that I would think typically it doesn't even matter what the restrictions are. You'd have hardly any idea of what you can do with any results you're getting out of it, so I really think that's why the strong recommendation should be, let's try to go for SRA as much as we can. And our purpose again is like, I think this community is about let's share data, let's learn from each other, and any kind of restrictions that are associated with something like dbGaP are making this extremely hard. So
yeah, agreed.
So Christian, so I've downloaded vaccination data from the University of Helsinki. I don't know, that's a European type country, so I mean, and it was accessed through dbGaP.
So just to make sure that we're clear about this, what we're saying is for publication, you have to deposit all the metadata that we were talking about before.
That would be the standards groups.
Right. But us collectively, we're saying if you want to publish a paper that uses RepSeq data, that's what we expect you to do. Now, in some cases, you may not be able to make that open access because you're restricted, but we still expect you to do that. Is that right?
We're not, I mean, we can't say people should break the rules, but we're saying the community's recommendation is that to the extent possible, all the data be made available through SRA as open access.
Okay, but that wasn't
And then
my
if
question.
you can't, then you can't do it.
My question was, you know, even if you can't make it public, we still expect you, if you want to publish an analysis, to deposit that metadata for the people that are able to see it. Is that what we're saying?
I think so. There's examples. I mean, take crystal structures as an example. Some people will say, I cannot make my, not because of privacy concerns, but I'm not going to make my coordinate data available. And then you can include a picture, and you can publish that if the journal is willing to take that.
Right. That's
and you can get that out there. So we're setting, but if you're saying, okay, my publication has a certain quality level, then essentially saying I want to make my data available in a form that is reproducible and other people can check if I did it right. That's what we're setting a standard for. And essentially, if you're saying, oh yeah, my data is all deposited, it's in dbGaP, and by the way, my IRB has approved you to see it, then that's not fulfilling the purpose of anyone being able to check it.
But I also think though that yes, there is value to metadata, even if you're, and I think that yes, we should say if you have an IRB restriction and you're going to dbGaP, you should still deposit all the metadata from the minimal standards, because there are going to be people, Steve or whoever else, who do work with dbGaP and are able to access that data, and it may be useless to me, but hopefully somebody else can use it, and so we still need good metadata for it. So yeah, I think that the minimal standards recommendations should apply even if you don't have the IRB approval to go into an AIR compliant repository.
I agree. I think that's very important. So I think we need to make that distinction clear. And then the second thing is in terms of, you know, what it means to be an AIR certified repository. So SRA will never be an AIR certified repository, I take it, because there is data in SRA, quite a lot of it, that you can't get hold of unless you've gone through special consent procedures.
I guess I'm not sure about that. That's dbGaP.
No, SRA. So
okay, I don't know.
Not all the sequences sets. I mean, for example, there's some flu sequences that I've been working with that we had to get approval to access.
In public SRA?
In SRA.
Could we talk outside later? Because I would love to see the accessions for these sequences.
All right.
Yeah, I think that sounds like that might be an error of some sort. I think all the SRA data is supposed to be open. That's my understanding.
Okay.
It should be.
Yeah.
So a couple of practical things that that we've seen on other large initiatives across general open research. In terms of just kind of data release, Ocean Observatory Initiative, a big couple $100 million project over the last 10 years or so, and they have a lot of these concerns because the data they're publishing can be sensitive, it can have political implications, can have a lot of stuff. So they tend to build in a lot of tiered release, timed release, scheduled release, signed off release. They have an entire workflow around when data becomes available, but they still drive everyone to put their data into a common repository, because once it's in there and people trust that you can properly manage it, then they have the ability to release it over time when it is finally up to date, and they do all the notifications and stuff around that. They also issue DOIs immediately on the data, so you can publish something, know that it's referenceable, and then you can put a release date, associate that with metadata on the DOI, which is something that we see a lot more of recently. In other fields in the plant biology sphere, they've run into this problem where you can't put data in repositories in the U.S. and then expect to access it in other countries for a lot of reasons. You can't even use the same software to access it if it's going to span international boundaries, at least not in any kind of official capacity. So what we've done is we've worked with independently with research funding agencies around the world to co-fund replica cyber infrastructure on multiple continents and multiple governance domains. And what that's allowed us to do is kind of build this, build buy-in from the international community into this infrastructure and let everyone still access the data, but through through mechanisms that everyone feels good about, right? And it's easier to kind of bless one thing, knowing, hey, we know that if it's coming out of this pipe that it's going to be safe, than it is to just say generally, no, just trust the Americans, right? So I encourage you guys to take the practical step and continue to engage with the broad community here to make sure that this is the channels that you decide that are relevant for inclusion here are applicable elsewhere, because if it's just going to be GitHub, there's, that's not going to fly in a lot of countries.
So in the interest of time, I don't know if we should just skip to the next recommendation that we consider required rather than, and so that would be recommendation number 6, which is the one pertaining to intellectual property, which I think Tanya has offered to help us word this better. But basically the idea is that, and again, this is what we would require of any repository that wants to receive the community's blessing. So this is not required of anybody who's generating data or anybody who wants to put their data in SRA or GenBank or whatever they want to do. This is just for any repository that wants to be considered compliant with this community's recommendations. That repository is prohibited from imposing any intellectual property restrictions or other proprietary interests on the data in the repository. So I know that got a lot of discussion Monday and Tuesday. I don't know. There's more clarification needed.
Is that the same thing as recommendation, the other recommendation, the public, those are, why are those different?
So the 2 has to do really with how you get access, and that has more to do with HIPAA and privacy and IRB and restricted access and all that stuff. So it's basically saying you shouldn't have to go through an elaborate approval process in order to access the data. Whereas number 6 pertains more to restrictions imposed on the data's use. And so it's basically, I know Tanya had read us this nice quote the other day, but it's basically saying you're prohibited from interfering with anyone else's use of the data. That's kind of the bottom line. So you can't put data in there and then say, oh, well, I have all this intellectual property on the data, so no one can use it for X, Y, and Z or whatever. Once the data is in there, people are free to use it for any purpose. Is that basically right? Okay. Yeah.
I think that point is the commercial funder reach through, that sort of jargon is something that makes no sense to me, and you could be, if you don't know that lingo, it might be better to keep it simple and say it in a way that's understandable.
I think it's important to have a concrete example, but we could certainly explain what that means.
It doesn't really mean
I mean,
much.
in the document.
It's hard to get what they're getting at. I honestly, I think it's just your use doesn't interfere with anybody else's use. You're agreeing to put it in there without restrictions, and I don't think you need to, get into the nitty-gritty. I think that is the way that it's worded there is a little bit confusing and technically not, quite right. But the intent of it is basically that it's that non-interference with others' use. And I don't think that I think what they're trying to get at is that if a commercial entity takes the data out, it can't then put restrictions, it can't take out intellectual property over it and then restrict others' access to the data. But I think there's just way simpler ways to say that. And then just on the point previously, I think because you're looking at setting up a registry and having a society that gives a gold stamp or a standard to compliant repositories, I think you just need to be aware that exactly what that compliance will look like may differ a little bit by jurisdiction. that you can't take a purely US focused view of things because there will be some subtleties in other countries about what is and isn't allowed. And then I agree with that whole point about moving forward with exemplar or best practice consent language. But again, that's going to have to be a little bit modulated or modular to allow for compliance with laws in different jurisdictions.
Right. I mean, I think it's too complicated to start in the beginning trying to address how it would have to be for every country. So I would recommend that we move forward with something that makes sense for those that are involved now, knowing that we're going to need to be flexible going forward as more people join the effort, that we're going to have to make accommodation for what their local laws and practices are. I don't know how people feel about that, but it's kind of overwhelming to think we would have to flesh out in the beginning what the implications might be of different countries participating.
Well, you've got international representation in this room, so
right.
You cannot take a purely US-centric view of the world.
Well, I didn't say purely U.S.-centric. I said for those we have participating now, because those are people from whom we can get the concrete information we need.
Yes. And you know, that's to say that right now, represented in this room, you have Germany, you have the Netherlands, you have France, you have the United Kingdom, you have the United States, you have China, right? Yeah. So I mean, it's not like you have to do every country in the world, but and European laws will have some level of Europeanness to them. So, but not for the UK.
So as I mentioned, Tanya has offered to reword this, but are people in agreement with the spirit? If to the extent they feel they understand the spirit. Okay, so then moving on to the next section, if everyone's okay with that. No, I think we're waiting till the end. Is that what we're doing, to agree, or when we get to the end? Okay, good, because we're going to run out of time. So the next section is on repository infrastructure. The basic recommendation is that there be distributed repositories. That is, if you want to create a repository and pull all this data out of SRA and put it up and whatever, you're free to do so. But that we have a mechanism for, determining which repositories meet the standards that we've laid out in terms of being compliant with these recommendations, and that for repositories who do, obtain that status from the community, that we maintain some kind of a registry, and that may just be an IAID puts up a web page that lists their links. It doesn't have to be anything complicated, but or it could be super complicated. Maybe someone wants to build a central portal of access, whatever. It could be addressed in different ways at the implementation level, but the point is just that there would be a central place where people can find which repositories have agreed to adhere to the recommendations laid out. So then we come to what it means.
Just a quick question on that.
Sure.
Do you have to be an AIRR compliant, have the stamp to be in that central repository?
That's our recommendation.
Registry?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. So if you're not with the stamp, but you may be some repository, you won't be able to be in that registry.
So like if you pull all the data out of SRA and put up a repository in the web, and then you suddenly say, but you have to go through an elaborate approval process before we'll let you access any of the data, then our recommendation would be that, okay, then you're not registered in the central registry because you've not adhered to our open access recommendation.
So I just want to clarify. So when I grab all the data from SRA and make my my data repository, that makes it easy for immunologists to access these data and do searches. So can I charge for it?
I guess we should add that, unless people think charging for it.
So yes, you can totally charge for it, and you might be a commercial company that does this and does their own thing. but then they would not be part of this AIRR repository network. So we are not trying to restrict the use of it. Anybody can use it forever they want. But I mean, the goal here would be something like to enable a set of AIRR repositories that would do what we've all been talking about of reanalyzing the data. And you will ask, well, has anybody here ever seen use of this germline based on whatever someone's calls, and then you can compare these things. The idea of having those results available across these different repositories and being able to cross-compare those kinds of analysis. Yeah.
Right, so in addition to the open access, you will also need to meet some technical specifications so that it can be interoperable. I mean, we haven't gotten there yet, but just so that's clear.
Should I scroll? Or people still digesting? So next are the more specific technical recommendations, which basically all we're saying is that the AIRR working groups would be a forum where technical recommendations would be agreed upon and recommended, and that a compliant repository would agree to utilize whatever ends up being recommended. So we're not specifying right now that it has to be a certain technology, but we're saying that we would, as a community, identify technologies that facilitate the kind of interoperability we want to enable. And once the community recommends one or more technologies that meet that need, to have compliant status, a repository would agree to utilize those technologies. So if you have strong opinions about what those technologies should be, join whichever working group ends up working on that.
Do we think we might have a timeline?
I mean, we're continuing our calls next week, so I don't know that we can say when all these decisions will have been made, but certainly I know we're planning to continue our work like immediately.
And this will be in tight collaboration with the data standards group, because I mean, one of the reasons why we can't do anything is because we still don't have the standard spec. So this will go hand in hand.
Oh, and on this point, one of the things we would like is that the repositories who want to be sort of blessed by the community, that they agree to support a standard set of queries. And so what we would want is for the community to start putting together, and I don't know if we want to put up a Google Doc or something, but that we create a place where the community can start contributing to what are the queries that you would want to have enabled. And then we can kind of prioritize those. And obviously we wouldn't want to require the repositories to support, you know, a large set of complicated queries, but there might be some set of core ones that we think are really critical for being able to find and extract the data, and we would want the repositories to agree to support those. So that'll be coming by email, I guess, whatever form we end up setting up for people to contribute to that. Okay, so are we ready for the next section? Okay, so next is on data to be shared, and really we kind of, that's already been really addressed in the data standards by the data standards working group. But what we had formulated was that we strongly recommend that the raw data as well as the process data be made available. Obviously, again, if someone has a compelling reason, like they had a company do their sequencing and they can't get the raw data, then that doesn't mean you can't publish your paper, but it's our recommendation that as a community in the interests of reproducibility and transparency, we feel strongly that those data should be made available. We recommend that that be done by way of SRA. Again, if you have a compelling reason like your IRB says you can't do that, then obviously, you know, an exception could be made, but I think the base recommendation is that it be done in an open access manner. Then we recommend, and again, this depends on how the collaborative work with SRA evolves and the extent to which they're able to accommodate the custom metadata that our community wants to be able to machine process and query over. But so that would be handled either through SRA, or if they, you know, sort of draw a line and says you're asking way too much, then maybe we need to create another mechanism by which more elaborate metadata can be utilized. But in one way or the other, we recommend that the process data outlined by the standards group be queryable by the community in some way. One requirement for compliant repository that does house the process data, we recommend it be required that they link to the raw data in SRA, assuming that data is deposited in an SRA. Okay, so then the final section, or the second to final section, is on coordination with the NIH Data Commons effort. We recommend that we adhere to their FAIR principles, which are that digital objects be stored in a way that ensures that they're findable, accessible, interoperable, and reproducible. They are continuing to evolve what that means, and so obviously we would need to try to keep up with that. But their current base recommendation is, just outlined here that, they have unique digital object identifiers, a minimal set of searchable data, physical availability through a cloud-based commons provider, clear access rules and controls, and entry in one or more indices. So we recommend adherence with that. Then the final section is on future work. And so that involves, oh, sorry.
Can I make one comment on that? So if you look at the BioCaddy effort that's part of the BD2K initiative, in addition to FAIR, they're trying to generate essentially an index of data sets. And there are sort of rules and core metadata elements that they are proposing in order to be a data repository that will fit in and be indexed by this system. And so I would suggest, in addition to these FAIR principles, that these repositories actually be indexable by that system.
Yeah, no, great point. And so I know here in point E, it doesn't specify which index, but we could decide as a community if BioCaddy is the best one, then we would want that to be the one, and we would want to make sure that we enable that.
Having been at two BioCaddy,
go ahead.
Having been at two BioCaddy meetings, I think we're going way above and beyond what they have tried to agree upon. So I think that's why specifically I didn't want to list it, because that's it's a very, very low bar to pass. So we should be much better than that.
To add to that more specifically, BioCaddy's indexing bioproject and biosample. So if people put metadata in SRA, it'll get to BioCaddy.
I think it might be worth reaching out to a couple of companies. It's just a random comment, but it would be worth reaching out to some companies that have previously made these sort of derivative repositories. So I'm thinking of, in particular, the DNA Nexus front end for the SRA, and just seeing what it is that is interesting and not interesting for them, because I think that these companies that do have really strong software engineers do provide a lot of value for the community when these things are made publicly available.
Okay, so now the future work. What our future work would be to develop consent language that wouldn't be required for anyone to use, but this would just be provided as a service to the community, that if you're you're in the process of designing a study and you want to make sure that your data can be broadly distributed and shared in a manner that we've outlined, that you can incorporate that language into your IRB protocol and informed consent documents, and that would hopefully just make that process easier for you. Yes?
Can I just add to that, Lindsay, that you don't need to reinvent the wheel on this one either, that there's a lot of groups internationally that have worked on consent language. So I've just got here, this is some stuff that Bartha Knoppers at McGill has been heavily involved with internationally, which is the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health, and they have standard consent language that has been somewhat internationalized, both for legacy data sets and language that you might want to have moving forward. So, I don't think that you're starting from scratch. I think that it will be, it'll be a bit of a scan to look around to see what's the most appropriate stuff that's already been done.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And in fact, Adrian, who's on the working group but wasn't able to be here for the meeting, is part of that effort. And so, yeah, no, absolutely. We don't want to reinvent any wheels. We have too much other work to do. Then one thing that came up Monday or Tuesday was that we need to develop guidelines. So one of our recommendations was that we encourage and facilitate appropriate attribution. We didn't outline what is appropriate attribution, and so we take that as an action item to develop guidelines for various situations. Customized metadata that we've talked about already in coordination with SRA, and then standardized data elements in collaboration with the standards group to make those computable, to enable the queries, to develop the queries, and then also to develop a standard data submission process that would reduce effort on users to extent possible. So we've talked about developing validation tools and submission tools, and there's all lots of work that could be done there. And then finally, more detailed specification on the specific technologies to use for implementation. And that's the full extent of our current recommendations.
So one thing I might add to that is, I don't know if you've thought about, so this designation of an AIR, an AIR-compliant repository, how will we decide who gets that designation? Do we have any thoughts about, is there going to be a board? Is it the working group? How will that be decided on? Maybe should be going in the future.
I think it depends a little bit on whether we form a society and what the structure of that society ends up being and what kind of governance structure it has. So like if it ends up having a board of directors, or whether we just remain, working groups, or so I think that's a little bit up in the air, but I agree with you. It's an excellent point. We need to have a mechanism by which that happens, and the community should agree on what that mechanism is.
And there's I guess there's two parts to the compliance. One is the technical part, where ideally we would actually have a set of test routines where you can say technical, this is in compliance because this repository is running these queries. So this would be a binary yes, no, you can test it. And then there would be, okay, you're signing out administratively that you're not imposing any of these things. And then ideally you would just put on your website and saying, I'm complying to the AIR principles of free sharing, blah, blah, blah. And then that would be kind of like self-identified. And then if somebody says, well, they said they were open, but now they are trying to tell me I should pay for, then you would say, okay, no, these guys are actually not following the principles, and you take it away. I think it would be more like that, but that's, again, we should spell it out.
Yeah.
So just another point, not that you need any more work for the future, but I think publication of the guidelines as early as possible to as many places as possible to reach the end users through the immunology societies and things like that, because the timing between applying for, in Europe, the timing between applying for ethics and writing your consent forms and actually being able to recruit and then doing the experiments and then getting the data can be a substantial amount of time, and you don't want to kind of get the data at the end and then find that you should have had something in the consent forms. So there are timing issues here with those of us who want to be able to use these and to put our data in, but are constrained by the current study we're working on. The ethics and the consent forms might have been written 2 years ago. So,
yeah, that's a good point. We should make that one maybe the very first action item we address. Yeah.
So it seems to me that there are at least a couple of items that need to be figured out before this thing is completely ratified in just the same way as the previous group showed us. Yeah, and so I think that what we should be doing is, it is exactly the same sort of approval process that we went through before, where we determined whether or not this group approves in general of the way this is going, and then try to make the appropriate amendments and have those ratified, by working through them, and then have a completed document that everyone can endorse at a nearby future time.
Can you specify what you see as where the revisions are needed, or
Yes.
more detail is needed?
Oh, absolutely. So, I mean, I think that there are a number of places that other people might feel that revisions are needed, but I think that we did not come to any conclusion on the question of how HIPAA compliance is going to be dealt with. I mean, so your document says that everything has to go into a completely open repository, but I think that sufficient concerns were raised that those should be addressed, and I think that there should be an opportunity for people to offer alternative language.
I would just say that if your IRB protocol prevents open access, then you go into dbGaP, right?
Yes. No, the question is there any kind, so let me try to put it more directly. In order to get AIR compliant approval, it's now required to go into this open repository. So are you...
Just to clarify, that AIR compliance only applies to repositories, not individuals who are submitting data.
Correct, I understand that.
Okay.
The question is there any sense of allowing for an alternative, or not even alternative, I mean to have two routes, one where there is still AIR compliance, but it is behind a HIPAA firewall?
I think that the idea is that there is technical AIR compliance, and maybe this is still a little murky whether we want to, for example, bless people that are technically compliant. But if you put data in dbGaP that's behind this firewall, it should still conform to all of the same standards that have been specified, technically speaking. And then we're saying that there's a central repository that we are kind of advertising a place to go find this data to be listed there. I think we're saying that you should not only be technically compliant, you should also be kind of administratively compliant.
So in your statement, who or what is receiving the AIR compliance? I guess that's the part I'm confused about.
The repository.
So you're asking whether we would recommend creating repositories separate from dbGaP that have restricted access?
No. So there might be a whatever City of Hope receptor repository where they're saying, okay, we are technically doing all the same things, and we have our we have the same format for reporting CVF3, whatever VDJ, all these things. But the only people who can access this have to be principal investigators at this hospital, and otherwise there might be other kind of access restrictions to this. And they can call them, they will be an AIR technically compliant repository, but we would not count them as, because it would be impossible for someone else to easily access the data and call it.
Or I think more to the point, a repository which is otherwise AIR compliant, but requires filling out forms and getting IRB approval and so forth. So I'm not talking about private repositories where only people from inside the hospital can do it, but cases where a person who wants access to the data has to get approval through one or another IRB. And so I'd rather not say, well, that's dbGaP or SRA. I mean, the point is that this is not supposed to be specific to any particular repositories. This is talking about when a repository is capable of getting this designation.
So we would say they have the technical compliance, but not the administrative compliance.
I mean,
based on our current wording.
Yeah, I was going to say we haven't discussed that, but I think you could also envision a scenario where a repository is compliant with some of their data and not others, and it's up to them to protect it behind the firewall or whatever.
So let me make it clear. I'm not suggesting that we make any changes now. What I am saying is that this point has not been sufficiently clarified in this group, I think, to make a final recommendation on this language. And I believe that it should be given more opportunity to be discussed and to be amended, potentially, and voted on.
So we are working under the impression and assumption that the majority of future to be generated data will be easily be able to generate it in with the IRB restrictions that would allow submission to these repositories. Now there might be a change in the recommendation from the NIH or whoever that says no, actually we are considering repertoire data to be in general should typically be requiring IRB approval to access it, then of course all this goes down the drain. But we are working under the assumption that it will be possible that the vast majority of data generated going forward will be able to open up in an open repository.
And because our thought was our data is no more identifiable than RNA-seq data, HLA typing data, other kinds of data that are currently routinely shared without the IRB restriction, so that it should apply in most cases.
Oh, I'm at this point just representing the concerns that have been raised by others in the room, and I just think that their concerns have not been completely addressed. So, and the second point you asked for, I said that there were two. The second one has to do with the language surrounding intellectual property, and I think we've all said that we agree with the spirit of it, but as written, it's not acceptable.
Well, as we said, Tanya's rewriting it.
Yeah, yes, I understand that, but we can't vote on it now. We can't vote on something that we don't have final language for.
So I just want to offer, I've got on my screen what it looks like if you try and access restricted data through the SRA. And if anyone wants to have a look at it, just ask me during the break.
And
but,
Ben does.
But I would contend on the basis of this that dbGaP and SRA are sufficiently intertwined that if we go ahead with the proposal here and we say SRA is a certified database, that it could be very unfair to other people that want to become a certified database. I think we need to come up with a definition of what that means that spells out why it's okay for SRA to be one. And
But we wouldn't be saying SRA is a compliant repository.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it is under our rules. I don't think it can be. And if you want to see why, come and look at my iPad. But I kind of rather think it should, even though I support the idea of encouraging openness. I still think SRA should be, and we might want to bend our rules or redo our rules so that it is, and it's clear what other people have to do.
So I think there's maybe a couple of misconceptions about dbGaP that I can clear up here, but also I'd like to say that the policy rules on dbGaP are set by the Office of Science Policy, and there's some excellent people over there, and I would refer you to a woman named Dina Paltu to answer any of those questions, and I'm pretty confident that she'd be happy to, answer questions such that they could be put online to be unambiguous. But anyway, so really the IRB approval for dbGaP depends on two things. One is the way the data is originally consented. That's the biggest thing. And then the second thing is the institute that's typically funding the actual data collection. And if both of those people agree that the data can be totally open, then it's open, but still under the HIPAA restrictions. So you still have to go through an application process to get that data. In terms of public SRA, all of it should be public. Perhaps there is one small exception. I don't know. I'm eager to see this. But regardless, I mean, the idea is that the vast majority, for example, there's 338,000 RNA-seq datasets in SRA and in public SRA, and all of those should be more or less totally public. In terms of, I mean, if things are not, and I haven't heard a lot of examples of not being able to use this or tools in other countries. If people have specific examples to the contrary, I'd love to see them and discuss them with you, and we can put discussions about that sort of in an open forum where people can see them.
Yeah. So any more, oh, sorry, yeah.
So just one small comment to build on what Tom said is that if you have like a IRB wall, it's not fundamentally different from a paywall. You have access restrictions based on some administrative criteria. So.
Can I just make the suggestion that the kind of repository that I think you're envisioning at the core, that we name it open air compliant?
One more thing, this might be, I'm not sure that this makes any sense whatsoever, but it seems to me that you have two sets of compliance. One is the data sets that are being deposited into a not necessarily fully compliant repository like SRA, which is 99% compliant, but not, 1% not. I'm thinking that you could use we were just talking about this, about you can add whatever metadata tags you want. So you can actually tag your compliance to the data set, not necessarily simply to the repository. So you can have AIR compliance for each of because you're going to be tagging that as a data type. You can add an extra field to say whether it's compliant or
not. So I think, again, like echoing what Tom was saying, I think we have a number of open things. We don't have the concrete language right now what the IP stuff should be sounding like. We don't have right now a clear documentation of the how does the technical validation of the metadata will work. We have a lot of work to do together with the standards community to figure some of these things out. We have to talk to SRA, NCBI on the technical interoperability and the validation thing. So we are not asking for a vote right now that says everything as in the letter of this document is what we want to do. What we're asking for is the spirit of aiming for a network of open repositories that are going to be interoperable along the lines of that we've outlined. Is that what we want to strive towards? And then we're going to continue our work and come up with a set of like this would be the language that you're signing off on if you want to be an AIR repository, and this is exactly the language on IP. This is exactly the language on privacy and HIPAA compliance and on these things. I think that's what we are asking for a vote for, and that's why we didn't want to have a vote on every single point, because they're kind of vague at this level.
I really think this is like a breathing process, so we should aim towards a model repository and fill it with content at the first stage, and then start to collect all the information that people see that is wrong or right. The content can be real or not real, but you need to something physically to see, not word only, and to work towards that direction. That's the first aim. I also would like to refer you to two references. I think it's on our GitHub. Yeah, one deals, I think the two editorials. One deals with a common repository. The second one from Nature from the last May on liberation of data. It's worthwhile reading these two editorials. The third thing, I think it was last year, came out a letter to Nature regarding the quality of antibodies in the market. Many researchers were signed on that letter or editorial, I think. I think here as well, in order to publish, expose this initiative, it's important to come out with or editorial, something that shows that the community exists and what are the major recommendations that came out of the meeting.
So, do you guys want to vote on whether you like us or you don't? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like, do you trust us to continue forward or don't you? I mean, I feel like we can keep discussing, but I'm not sure that we're not just going in circles. Okay.
And if somebody doesn't trust you, they should join the working group. Okay, so we'll go, last working group to go will be tools and resources. And again, we've done a lot of our work online, so we have a draft document spelling out a lot of the things that we're going to go through here. The link is available here, and it's also linked from the IRMAX meeting website. And also we have this discussion forum, b-t.cr, which you've probably heard about on Monday. And we definitely encourage people to sign up there and participate in these discussions. So we'll start off with the concrete recommendations we have for voting. And these are going to fall into 4 categories. And you saw all of these on Monday. So the first thing, we have the principles for community organization and development. So we believe that the community should promote transparent sharing and provide a platform for sharing and discuss and communicate current challenges to ensure that tool developers or resource developers are focused on community needs. So I think what the format for this is going to be that we'll have, each of these categories we can have discussion, and then at the end we will vote on the category as a unit. So a little bit like what we did for Common Repository. So I don't know that if anybody has any comments on these goals or principles, let's have at it. So, in that case, yeah, well, I hope so, but people are allowed to disagree. We can work out compromises. So then, in terms of concrete recommendations for software tools and for sharing software tools. So again, this is in our document and was mentioned on Monday, but we believe that software tools should be licensed under an OSI approved license or Creative Commons license, should be hosted on publicly available repositories with versioning, GitHub, etc. We think that software tools should use a data format compatible with the change of data standards, so we've strengthened this compared to what was in the original draft. Software should strive for modularity and interoperability with other tools, include example data and checks for expected output, provide information about the run parameters as part of the output. So this is important for reproducibility. If I run a tool with a complex command line and a bunch of customized parameters, that should be saved somewhere in the output from that program so that it can be regenerated if necessary. Descriptions of software should clearly list the hardware, operating system, software dependencies, etc., and ideally provide a script to build a virtual machine. So we're really encouraging people who are building tools to create a Docker or a BioBox, etc., etc. There are a number of platforms available for this sort of thing to make it really easy for anybody on any computer, any platform to just grab your thing and execute it without having to install, 6 different libraries or etc. And finally, also descriptions of software, especially publications in scientific literature, but wherever it is, should clarify explicitly whether software is still under active development, what type of support users can expect, and how to obtain support. So we're not saying that if you want to publish your software that then you have to be on call for tech support for anybody who wants to use it. But if you don't want to do that, which is totally fine, then you should say that explicitly, we're releasing the software as is, we're not supporting it, or we're supporting, basic bug requests and you can go here, or, we'd really like to help people use this as much as possible. Here's how to get a hold of us, and, any shade of that you want. And then also, we all know of a lot of dead software that hasn't been touched in 5 or 10 years, may not, may be cited all over the place and not able to get any more, or doesn't work with the latest versions of operating systems or Python or what have you. So we really want people to say, this is under active development. If, list on the public repository where it's being hosted, if it gets deprecated or just, no longer supported, just to try and be transparent about this to make everybody's lives easier. So this is our software recommendations, and love to hear comments.
I don't recall seeing the request for data format compatibility with Changeo. Is that Has that been?
Yeah, that was, so we had originally put in there basically should use some generic compatible file format so that tools can talk to each other. This is new to strengthen that to going to changeover, because in some of the discussions on Monday and Wednesday, we had seen that was something that was interesting, usable enough and flexible enough to do. And one of the things that we're thinking about is not to use exactly the changeover data standard, but to be compatible with it. So you're free to add columns that are specific to whatever you're doing with your software, or not to use some columns that aren't relevant, just so long as, if you have when you put in your VG annotation, just for the love of God, title it the same thing so that we're all titling it the same way. And when we want to go to import the data, it's very easy for my software to import data and know that that's the VG annotation no matter whose tool produced it. That's sort of what the goal is here. But
yeah, okay. I mean, this is the one place where you're making a very specific recommendation for a particular standard or particular tool. I agree that there should be some shared standard, but I haven't heard a discussion about what the alternatives are. I mean, I don't know what the changeover data standards are, and I know that there's at least one other alternative.
Yeah, so the one other alternative that's been discussed a lot is VDJML, and
sure.
we don't have any problem with people using VDJML. It's really a great thing that we have that standard available. As I understand, VDJML is compatible with changeover because there's a publicly available tool to go from one to the other. So I think that would be acceptable under this.
Yeah, I agree with what Tom has just said there. I think everything else on the list is perfectly fine with me, but I just don't know enough about the changeover data standard. And I suspect that's the case with a lot of people. We haven't really discussed it completely. I don't think there was agreement when we discussed it previously. So everything else is fine, but that one I'm not convinced yet.
How about just adopting a convention for what you call a VG assignment and just take those out of changeover and then let people vote individually? Oh, I don't think it should be called that.
Well, but then
that's really all it is, right?
Right, but it also gets back then to the same problem we had with minimal standards. Is if you have 80 data fields, we don't want to be voting on each one. So
if you use it, then you should call it that particular thing.
Right, that's all that I'm saying, right? If there's a link here that we can make sure it gets into the document that's linked from the IRMX site. And basically what we're saying is, yeah, there's a list of common annotations here and a suggested title for this annotation. And all we're asking is, if you're making that annotation, call it this so that we can all, and I would be willing to bet that Steve is willing to think about tweaking things or adding fields. And again, if you don't use certain annotations that are in the changeover data standard, don't use them. If you have others that aren't in there, feel free to title it whatever you want and maybe email Steve and say, hey, can you add this to this data standard? But I don't think that this is, I understand the concern that this seems to be something new, but it really seems like a pretty low bar to me, which is why we put it in here.
So I'm going to actually go further. I do not want to control this. I mean, so we made, essentially, for those of you who don't know, I mean, all changeover does, I mean, it's columns of data, and it defines what label we should call each column. So when it says, that when you make a vcall, you should put it in a column named, whatever the column name is, vcall. When you make the decall, you should put it in a column named decall. And this makes a lot of the software tools interoperable because all the software methods know which column to look at, and it's not that you're looking in the 5th column of data, but you can look for what the column header tells you. This is the list that we've come up with. A lot of people have sort of asked us to add columns labeled certain things, and we've done it in back and forth. But I would much prefer that this become a community-controlled resource that we can, as a community, sort of add columns and define columns. Although, but I like the idea of having this place where we can look at it and say, when our software tool wants to read in the vcall, I know the column is going to be labeled this, so I know where to look. And when I want to define clones and I want to put, which clonal group it's in, I know that I should label the data with this label. But I don't think that we would like to own that.
So we do have something later in the action items, future things, where we talk a little bit about that moving in that direction. I think that we don't want that direct responsibility as a working group. It may require a more formal governance structure, going back to the question about forming a society and so on. But otherwise, yeah.
My main problem with this is that this is essentially means that AIR is endorsing two competing data standards, right? And for example, primer, the minimal standards has already defined that there should be a field for the primers, and in principle they should be specifying exactly how those are stored. And now there's a second way to do that here. In my mind, this should be the work of going forward. The minimal standards group together with the cont repository group, everybody should be working together to generate one really data model, which should then be compatible with a TSV file format such as Changeo, but also be compatible with a binary format. So I'm thinking of the future where there's going to be so much data that you're going to need to use some kind of binary representation instead, and it's going to be in some kind of distributed system. And the idea is that you have to have one compatible data model between all the possible file formats. So a software tool should endorse a specific data model, not make any requirements on the particular file format. And now this is, in my mind, a good solution, for now. But as the work continues, as AIR continues to make the schema recommendations more and more concrete, I think that at some point it would need to switch.
So I think that, to answer your second point first, I think I agree that, this doesn't have to be set in stone for all time. We can definitely, if data sets get bigger or this gets unwieldy, we can look at other options. But for right now, the consensus has been that we really, really like human readable files and scanning. And these are also, as Bjorn pointed out on Tuesday, I guess, it's useful to people who are not bioinformaticians who want to load this up in Excel. The other thing that I would say about the first point is that it's very interesting because to me, what minimal standards is doing and what this is talking about are actually separate domains, and because these are per sequence annotations that a sequence parser or an analysis tool would put out that's downstream of what minimal standards has mostly been talking about. So it's less true now that minimal standards has moved to putting VDJ calls and CDR3 sequences in the database, in the deposit standards that they've put together. So it's more overlapping, and which is why you raise an interesting point that we might want to consider. But sort of the way it had been is that minimal standards was mostly talking about raw or minimally processed data, and this is talking about highly processed data, so that you get, if you're doing a clonality analysis or whatever other interesting types of high-level downstream analyses you might be doing, that would be what this type of thing is talking about. So they're not as much overlap, but maybe we do have to revisit that.
I mean, one person's raw is another person's processed, right? So in the future, hopefully this will be the raw data, and people will be working.
Well, that's exactly right, but that's why we want something that's more standardized like this, so that if your process data is my raw data, that I can at least figure out what your annotations output were very easily. But it's an interesting point.
My point is that it's not a real distinction, right? Like the work
I think you're
doing
I
is
think you're
basically
right
the same as this. This could be a product of the minimal standards group, essentially.
I think you're right that there's more overlap than I think we realized, but it may be okay for the interim. We'll have to maybe work more closely with minimal standards.
I propose for the purpose of voting that we just change this to use data format that is co-generated with the rest of the AIRR community. I mean, we were hoping to be specific, but thanks to stimulation by Felix and company. But so we will leave this a little bit more vague. But
I think that's the same question. So I think Steve uses IMGT as a reference model. So is that acceptable for the whole community, or do some people want to make their tools in Cabet, for example, and makes this file format as it is currently not usable?
Question. Are you asking about the relationship between IMGT germline genes and the change-o?
No, when you do HiQuest or VQuest on the IMGT website, it can put out tabular format data.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Also, I saw the framework and the CDR regions were defined according to IMGT, right? Some people will define their CDR regions according to Cabet.
Yeah, you can obviously, imagine.
I don't think Cabet is in here. Is it correct? So, which is IMGT is fine by me, of course, but I don't know if that's
you could you could easily imagine adding FWR1 Cabet, or
that's important
Sophia,
discussion we also have, I guess.
Again, this is not meant to be the be-all and end-all. It's sort of just like if you do.
Yeah, so this is not meant to be a when you see a field here like framework 1 IMGT, it doesn't mean you have to put it there. It just means that if your software method is outputting the framework run region in IMGT numbered scheme, then you want to label that column of data FWR1_IMGT. If you're going to output that, that's what you should name it, and that's what lets the tools, talk to each other. And I think it's incredibly useful for interoperability of tools for us to define what these are. It doesn't preclude having a framework with Cabet numbering or anything else.
So I'm wondering if we could just say instead of change-o exactly that you're going to use a change-o-like standard because maybe you're going to change it. You know what I mean?
Which it already says, because
Exactly.
it says data format compatible with,
this was really this was really meant to be a very, very low bar. Like I don't think.
I'd suggest change-o/IMGT format because they're both the same in spirit, and we don't really want to single out one tool against the other, particularly against IMGT, I would think.
I don't see the concurrency between the change-o and IMGT at this point.
Well, they're both tab separated files.
The point is not you should use tab separated files. The point is that you should call something the same thing so that I can figure out what.
Right, and we don't know what to call them right now.
I mean,
so I propose that we move on.
Yeah, I just think it's a really bad idea to endorse one tool in something that should be a standard that we own as a group.
So consider this change to we will work with the community to develop a community file format, which is what it was originally, but we have been encouraged to be more specific.
Can I suggest a different change? Instead of saying change-o data standard, can you call it the AIRR data standard and then just copy that?
Excellent. I like it.
Spreadsheet
Very good, Jessica.
To a site.
And then we'll work on it. Yes.
To BTC or something.
Fine.
And then you're not responsible.
And also, yes. Yeah, Steve's like, take it.
No, and we're certainly happy to help maintain it and help add to it. Like I said, I definitely do not want to control this and impose what we've done on everyone. I just think it's incredibly useful for us as a community to decide that there is one place where we can go to get the name of what we should call these various pieces of data and analysis that we're outputting.
And I have one condition for this compromise, which is that if you don't like this data standard and you want to see the AIRR data standard be different in any way, join our working group and come help us out. Because otherwise you might be disappointed anyway.
So I have one suggestion that maybe the format and the naming is not as important as the minimum information required. So there are sort of, in change-o, there are specific fields that whatever you choose to call them are sort of necessary for doing a lot of downstream analysis that say are not present in, example, the immunoseq output. Simple things like where does the V start in both the germline and the input sequence, where does it end? And these I think are sort of much more important than the particulars of what you name them.
I don't think that we want to go there, because I think that every tool is, Change.0 needs a certain amount of input, and that's fine. But so you might not be able to go directly from my program to Change.0 because my program may not output enough data. You may need, but whatever my program outputs is what it outputs, and I don't, and so I shouldn't. Just because my program doesn't go directly to Change.0 or isn't, so that's why this is, again, is if you have a data column that you're generating, just call it something that everybody knows what it is. And if you don't generate it, you don't generate it. But I think that this is not the place to have minimal standards, because, and Change.0's documentation almost certainly already says, we need information columns X, Y, and Z. And so you just.
I mean, I think that's one way to specify. I think you have to specify about the parameters, right? I mean, so each tool can essentially say, if you want this tool to run, you need these columns of data as input, and the tool will take those columns of data as input, do something, and it will write this column of data as the output.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on, I think. Okay, for protocols, again, most of these are all about being open and sharing. So protocols should be made publicly available in full detail so that there's sufficient information to reproduce the entire experiment. We would like people to maintain a change history and clearly show what was changed, so that somebody who's looking at the new version versus the old version can try to understand what was done differently and what the impact of that might be. And in addition, and as a way of facilitating both of these principles, the protocols should ideally be kept in a version DOI granting repository and updated as necessary. So we've talked about a few resources in our discussion groups. We're pretty agnostic about which DOI granting repository you use or where you store it, as long as it's something that's traceable and trackable and versioned and shared. So we're all software people and no biology people, apparently.
And to that very point, I think that this is great, but there's a whole lot more detail on the previous slide than there is here.
Just wait till we get to the next slide.
Okay. So I think that we ought to actively recruit more wet lab people to help.
We've tried.
Really? Okay.
I mean, people who are in this room, come join us, please. We got Nina to sit in on one of our meetings and help us out, and that was invaluable. But
absolutely.
I don't know if Nina wants to be. Nina wants to be on yet another working group.
Yeah. I just think that this is great, but that just a little bit more fleshing out of
absolutely
what full detail actually means.
Absolutely, we 100% agree. Yeah. Good. And so just to make that even more stark, right? So again, there's no detail whatsoever here. But yeah, we do, same basic principle, could use more fleshing out. We need help from people who are more experienced in such things.
The feedback that I gave about this specific point was that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Right. And I think that these standards already exist in other domains. So I would not have a huge component to our, to focus on this specific point. It really, I mean, if you have an NIH-funded grant, you are required to share things publicly. There are very specific mechanisms that are already established that we can just use.
Great. Okay, so we're gonna each of these blocks, and I can go back to them as necessary. So
I've edited the language to use a community-approved file format.
The AIRR data standard. Yeah. Okay. So what? No, I think we're sticking. I think we're sticking with open air. Yeah, I think we're sticking with open air. That one's gonna. Okay, so vote to approve this set of principles for overall organization development. All in favor? Any opposed? Excellent. Noting that this has been changed, so voting to approve the principles for sharing software tools. All in favor? Any opposed? Excellent. For sharing protocols, such as it is, all in favor? Any opposed? And finally, for just the generic, we should share biological resources as well and use sharing resources that are already available. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so Nina abstains on the principle that it's redundant, which she's probably right. Okay, so now here's where things get interesting. We talked a little bit yesterday in our session about trying to negotiate with IMGT for some minimal improvements that would make the database more useful to us as a community. And so these are the points that we discussed yesterday, that we want them to clarify licensing issues so that we can effectively build on top of it, to include novel alleles derived from cDNA sequences, including reasonable criteria for inferred alleles, and then explicit versioning and a way to track that versioning. So Martin, I think, wanted to add something here.
Yeah, just a point about non-human and mouse species. I sort of objected to the prioritizing of mouse and human. I don't have anything against mouse and human. Some of my best friends are humans.
But you don't have any mice friends.
No, I don't like mice.
Nikki doesn't like you either.
But there is an issue regarding the use of databases for assignment of next generation antibody sequences. It's not a question of whether the germline genes in those databases are accurate. They could be 100% accurate, but the database needs to be comprehensive as well. And many of the current non-human mouse species databases, they only have very few sequences. So really they're not useful for assignment purposes. If you're just taking a complete library and trying to do assignment, it doesn't work. You don't get accurate assignment at all. So as well as having accuracy of your sequences, you need some degree of comprehensiveness. There was a couple of databases which were suggested as alternatives for submitting sequences if we generate new germlines from our efforts. But both of these, I think they only accept, one of them accepts just human and the other accepts just human and mouse. So there is a bit of a gap at the moment. So we need to take this into consideration.
Great. So what I would say in response, so this is about getting IMGT to be more inclusive. And I think that's definitely worthwhile to expand that. We're asking them to be inclusive of rhesus or other primate databases as well, to get those built up. I don't know if you have a more specific sort of bullet point like these here that you'd want to add. We can discuss that later. But I think that's very reasonable that if the point is to get IMGT to be more inclusive, that's another dimension along which we would ask them to be more inclusive. As far as if we start our own database, there's no reason that we couldn't have a rhesus database or a macaque database in there too. It's just a matter of getting people like you to deposit those sequences and annotate them properly. But I wouldn't, if we're creating the infrastructure for our own database, it would seem to me to be trivial to do, for different species as well.
If these are the suggestions of what needs to happen to IMGT if we're to continue to support IMGT and not build our own database, then we have to also address the question of what to do with the sequences that are already in the database that we agree are inappropriate.
So we would be the idea is that we would be maintaining, for this first data point, that we would effectively build on top of the resource, so that we would have some sort of AIRR IMGT dictionary that where we would say, okay, you would go IMGT 169*03, and then you would look that up in the AIRR table, the AIRR IMGT conversion table, and it would say, okay, 169.03 comes from this source, has this evidence, blah, blah, blah. AIRR recommends deprecating this sequence.
Yeah, I would be happy with that. I just wonder, should it be mentioned?
So the problem is, the reason it's not mentioned on this particular slide is that we're not going to go to IMGT and say, we really think you should deprecate IGHG 6*01. We don't feel that that's necessary for them to do for us to be able to support the database. What we can do is, if they're willing to include be more inclusive of what's in there, then it's very easy for us to say, and we think that, you know, for AIR users, that we recommend deprecating A, B, and C. But that's not a change that we need them to make, because that's very easy for us to add on top. That was why it's not in this list.
You have up there, you know, drafting the email, so it's all open.
Yes, yes. These are the basic points, but please do come help, because I think that Eric and Christian very much want help in drafting this, and then support in getting signatures to send it.
And this has to be obviously done carefully, but I think certainly one spirit would be maybe that we, you know, talk about forming some sort of broader consortium around germline genes, and maybe trying to get some resources from other institutions.
That's later in the later.
In the, if we just go to her and say, you know, we want these changes, you know, they're going to be resource questions. So
I don't think that should be really the case. I mean, adding a few more hundreds of kilobytes of sequences to their database should be kind of trivial. It's the software interface that they have that's the big investment, and that wouldn't have to change. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I would think that that's a different question, though.
Yeah.
Well, but it's not a question. But it's not a question of resources, is the point. About certain personages involved.
Well, that was more, you know, I was suggesting that they don't have a lot of resources at what they're trying to do, and if we bring this forward, it's going to take some amount of resources to initiate, you know, new set of criteria on their website, and
we can help with developing the criteria if that's the question. But I mean, ultimately, if she wants to maintain personal control over every single sequence that goes in, then you're right. That's not going to work. But then, that's her just saying no at that point. So maybe not in officio, but anyway.
I mean, there isn't explicit versioning of the germline?
No. I mean, you can download the latest, and you can sometimes find information that, you know, oh, and this update 1-F was renamed to, but it's you can't go back and download, you know, the version, the germline database from last year. If they've made changes, it doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, it strikes me there's two fundamental things here. The first is the first point: can we use current data? And then there's a secondary one, which is about community involvement in deciding what we want to get out of a database, or indeed multiple databases, depending if people want to do things. So to me, you've listed various things that are only partially what we really need.
Yes,
so
because
we're sort of half building on top of something and half.
Absolutely, because so the question is, do we build on top of, or do we start over? And this is because we're going to build. We need more, regardless, for sure. And that's the second point I think that you said. And we have some more points to address that in a couple of slides. But the question is, are we building on top, or are we starting over? And so we're saying, if we don't want to reinvent the wheel, then this is the minimal that we need in order to be able to have IMGT useful to build on top of. Otherwise, we just have to start over and to be able to get something that's really useful. But either way, there's work for us to do in terms of what we need as a community need that's not going to be an IMGT no matter what.
I mean, the basic principle seems to me, if IMGT is to persist in the way we'd like it to, is opening up to community engagement. And then all the other things are covered by that to some extent, including the issue of quality of existing sequences and so on. And
the question is how open, though, because we're not, you know, we're trying to we're trying to minimize, the minimal things that we need from them. We're not trying to ask them to let AIRR take over IMGT. So that's
negotiation.
And honestly, if they want to develop their own criteria for novel alleles, that might probably be sufficient. I mean, if assuming that it's again reasonable, but we're willing to help build those criteria if IMGT says, well, we don't have the expertise or we don't really want to do this. But if they want to maintain control and they want to say, well, then either way is fine with us, I think. Okay, so yeah, get on to BTCR and help out with this. Okay, action items for the working group going forward. These are things that we've talked a lot about over the months and in the last 3 days and are not finished and that we're going to keep working on. So in terms of resources, we're going to be choosing a location for a community wiki to host available protocols, available software, available biological resources. So the idea here is just like the Open AIR Central Registry of data sets. So if I want to go find all AIRR data sets that looked at condition X, I can go to the central registry and query for all data sets that meet that. But that's for data sets. So we need something else for the protocols and the software and the biological resources. If I want to find out, does somebody have a plasmid encoding X that I can use? There's no place to go to look for that right now. We said you should make your protocol publicly available. We don't really care if you do it on Figshare or Protocol Exchange or something else. But how do we know that that's out there? So you can do, literature trawling, but we're trying to, increase the openness and the sharing of the community. So we're looking into building out a website where you can come to the AIR, the tools and resources working group, or the AIRR, however we name this, and get a list of all available protocols and maybe some simple searching on that, or all available software with a list of, what type of functionality does it have, when was it last updated, is it being maintained, is it available on a virtual machine, that type of thing, just so that I know we came up Tuesday night, somebody was like, well, I really wish I knew what tools were available so I could figure out which ones I wanted to use, and so that's sort of the goal here. We're also looking and want to maintain a list of the outstanding computational challenges in AIR analysis. So this is something that we've done a little bit on the forums in BTCR, and it's really nice as a way of putting our heads together and just having interesting conversations about, oh yeah, we should really be thinking about X, and also as a way of gathering expertise. So that's on the list. And then we're going to be completing revisions to the formal document. So we have the draft that's linked from the IRMAX website, or if anyone needs a direct link to the Google document, come talk to us. But just, so a lot of it is formalizing and laying out the things that we just voted on, and some of it will be also statements about the future, some of these things that we hope to accomplish going forward. And then that will be available for reference. I don't know if we have specific plans to try and publish it, but it'll be at least publicly available for references. These are the things that we think the community should be doing. We want to be more involved in community engagement and promoting things that meet community standards. So if we have a paper that is releasing a new software that's meeting the standards that we want software to meet, or talking about a new data set that's meeting the minimal standards that the minimal standards group has laid out. So we want to publicize those in sort of as encouragement, as incentive for people to do these things. And then finally, as we've just talked about, we want to be initiating the construction of an open germline resource database, either based on top of an updated IMD structure or de novo.
So I just wanted to say a little bit about the second to last point. I mean, this is just two ways that we can incentivize people following these guidelines. So one is as a way that they can promote their own paper if they are approved. We can have a Twitter account that tweets out, okay, there's this new data set that you can go use. This is wonderful. And then the other is, this happens in software a lot, is having badges. So if you can have a badge on your software package that says, I mean, here this is sort of the build
AIRR certified.
Says that like this satisfies the criteria.
Open air compliant. Yeah.
Do we need to agree like on a name for like a URL? Like is it like airseek.org or airdata.org or air something that like everything will be branded the same essentially? So not some people are using AirSeek and some people are using air whatever and some people are using just air. So everyone agrees to use the same, and if you search it in Google, you'll find.
Good luck with that.
Can you raise a thread on BTCR? I mean, then we can start looking at Twitter accounts and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I think for the foreseeable future, most things will be under the BTCR umbrella. Yeah, I don't know if we decide to make an open air compliant software badge or something. You know, maybe will get picked up, but I don't know that you can do that sort of thing sort of intentionally. You just have to come up with a catchy enough name that people use it.
So there's a lot of mileage to be gained from feeding into other services. You know, when you talk about discovery and you talk about how can we get this out, the community is great. It's never going to get broad exposure to come up on the first or probably even the second page of search results when people don't know what they're already searching for. So it's important to integrate into feeds that that people will stumble across and they get broader publications. So, you know, making this format and whatever feeds you have machine readable means that you can get picked up by potentially you can get picked up by programmable web or SDKs IO, which have, you know, very, very broad adoption. There's very few times where we don't do surveys.
We have our own subreddit. No, we don't. I said we have our own subreddit, but we don't.
Just feeding into those, just so you get broader exposure, and people that, the developers, the people that are actually going to have to write the code and find this stuff can actually find it, because they're not going to read papers.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, you know, 1/6 of us are sitting in this room and we're going to go back and talk to our friends. But not that I disagree with you, obviously.
Having moved around some community wiki pages for quite a while and dealing with all the crap associated with that. So can we use one GitHub repository for everyone, and that comes with the wiki and stuff?
That's sort of the idea. That's sort of the idea, yeah.
And then the different working groups should use the same thing, right? We've started our own GitHub stuff, and if there will be one main page, make things very easy.
Well, I mean, I guess I was planning on hosting it out of the BTCR GitHub account, but I mean, if there was an AIRR organization. Okay, right. Thank you.
So I think, so do we have community, I mean, AIRR is not the, you know, kind of awkward, but the pronunciation of error, that's kind of good. So I think we should have community consensus that it's pronounced error.
It'd be the Open Air Consortium. Here.
All right. But I wanted to return to that open germline. There we go.
Oh, well, we'll get to that in the.
Can I just ask one question about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But open germline database. I mean, what does exactly that? Because, like, I mean, GenBank is not. I mean, it's open in that you can submit something to it, but
I think
open refers to licensing.
Yeah.
And willing to engage with the community.
Yeah, open means we control it as opposed to they. Uri, did you make? Yeah, so there is theoretically an AIRR GitHub account.
There's an organization called AIR-Data, but I just picked that arbitrarily, and you know, that makes people unhappy. We should choose a name that makes people
But we
happy.
can use it as a way to unify the
You can also contact me, and I can add you to the organization. And then I imagine with whatever governance group there is as well, we can eventually have like official owners of the organization. And
Sure. But I think the intermediate step is to like unify the GitHub repository that Common Repository has and the repo we have for BTCR and to just get all those in one place, I guess. Okay. Action items for standards. So we talked again about these a lot yesterday. For library preparation, we are going to encourage
figure out ways or encourage the development of benchmark biological resources, both cell-based and nucleic acid-based. We heard about one of these from Cy. We would like other people to be doing similar sorts of things, and we're trying to encourage that type of development and then the adoption of those standards once they're available. And part of that, we're going to be talking to NIST and ATCC and hopefully other organizations to find the best way to disseminate these standards and make them really easily available so people have no excuse not to use them. In terms of benchmarking software tools, we're going to develop a suite of test data, both real and simulated, and then we're going to work on developing an infrastructure to compare analysis programs and standardized assessment. This is just in the really early stages, so we don't have a lot of detail exactly what we want this to look like yet, but we think, based on the conversations today, it seems like it's an important task that we're going to be doing going forward. If we we're going to, whether or not we go with IMGT, we're going to be having to think about minimal standards for the germline gene database, what types of metadata we want to include, and so on. And as we talked about, we'll still be working on richer schemas for annotations and file formats.
Any comments on that?
What else should we be doing or not doing? And who's going to help us? But wait, he's already a working group member. We need other people. Yes, good. Okay. So we have about 5 minutes left, I think. So this is new, and just some things.
We did. Okay, I mean there were some other things.
What?
But yeah, I think it needs to get reloaded.
Read everything on the slide.
Yeah, no, I know. I think that
slide isn't complete.
Yeah,
apparently.
It's been reloaded.
Okay.
That's okay.
Do you want to add something on just?
Oh, no, go.
Okay. So in terms of thinking about what we would do for including novel alleles, so this is some brainstorming. 5 minutes is not a lot of time to spend on something that's is such an important question and is going to provoke a lot of dispute, but this is maybe a starting point.
And credit should go to Steve and a brainstorming group last night, or maybe he wants to disavow it already. Okay.
Can I just point out, though, that in the discussions that we had, we particularly focused upon inferences of novel alleles from VDJ rearrangements, and we need to separately address the issue of how other novel alleles are identified from genomic sequences or from reference sequences.
Yeah, for sure.
I think this is something that needs to be worked on quite a lot in the future. This might work for one program at the moment, but I think people are coming up with different alternative ways of assessing the data. So
I wouldn't even call this a draft version yet. This is, yeah, and this is very explicitly just a first brainstorming. Absolutely, this is not meant to be any sort of recommendation or even this is just a starting point for discussion. Absolutely. And so come discuss. Join the working group.
When you mention that sequences must be full length, do you mean the leader or just from FR1?
Exon 1. Also mature peptide. Otherwise, I guess we will have a hard time to have anything that is actually
from VDJ rearrangement. Yeah, because we're talking about inferring from VDJ rearrangements, so not always going to have much of the leader peptide depending on how you're priming the sequences.
I don't think we really need to be arguing about what full length means.
Yeah, it's
given
kind of
the state of this.
Yeah, sure.
Criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the idea wasn't just what I said before. There were a large group of us involved, sort of in a brainstorming session to come up with this. The idea was that we want to generate some kinds of recommendations as a group about putting some strength of evidence, putting some criteria on how to deposit and when we should start to trust these alleles. And in order to do that, just to have a starting place, some concrete points laid out that we can use to start the discussion and to build on. And that was the idea of trying to put this list together to provoke some discussion.
It's interesting to start provoking discussion, but I mean, when we start dealing with completely novel species that have no known germlines in it, then a lot of these don't actually work. So we have to think about alternatives and
if you have,
just looking for novel alleles for known species.
I mean, if you have no known germlines, I guess it's hard. What? Yeah, right. It's yeah. Okay. Anyway, I don't have a coherent comment there. Never mind. Okay. So yeah, please help us with this. Give us your opinions. Go to BTCR, sign up, and everything, and then you want to take over?
Yeah. I just.
Okay.
So, I mean, we've talked a lot about things that we can do in the future, and I've been thinking a lot about this just personally, and I wanted to present one vision that we could get around. But actually, mostly I just wanted to say thank you to Felix, Jamie, and Tom for getting this whole thing started. So let's just give them a huge round of applause.
Oh man. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah.
I think that's
okay.
I think we should let them take over.
Okay. So let's turn it back over to the organizing committee and talk about society formation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tom or something.
Should we go right to your slide?
Yeah, she's gonna put up my slide. Just go on the thing and click on the slide. It's got the date on it. Yeah. There's not a lot there. There's 3 slides. Well, one of them has an email on it, period. They can't
Is
hear
that
you,
on?
honey. Push the button.
I was thinking how, when we opened, the idea of the cooperation and everything and all the working groups, and once again to think that we've been here 4 days and discussing really some controversial and contentious issues, and yet, nobody's punched anybody or anything like that, and I think that's a really good, not yet, we got an hour.
Tom said, I know you're thinking something. You have that look up.
No.
Okay.
But anyway, I just think that's, that's really nice. So, so under new, we have like an hour and a half scheduled, but about an hour scheduled for new business, discuss and vote on formal consortium or professional society, future issues to work on, seminar series, problem areas and stuff. And Jamie outlined a slide here. So the first is, do we want to form a formal organization? And then we want to, I think that decision should be separate from, well, do we want to be part of another existing society? I guess the way we have it here is, should we form a formal organization, and then, yeah, I think you should do it.
Okay, so you guys can probably just read it, but yes, so the idea was that can you trust the organizing committee, which means the working group leaders, plus us, and Danny, yeah, Danny's not here, he had to leave, to look into the Antibody Society deal, to look into other organizations, perhaps, for instance, AAI, or if you can think of any, let us know. And going back and forth with those guys and then presenting options to everybody and as things progress. So the idea is to vote on whether or not we should become a formal organization, but what that ultimately looks like is to be worked out with you guys later. We're gonna, does that seem simple? Any problem?
Yeah, so I think that what we ought to do is have a discussion, however brief, on the pros and cons of formally incorporating and forming a society in one way or another. Of course, voting may be sort of superfluous, since if you don't want to join, nobody's going to force you to do so. I guess what we really are looking for is how much support there is in the room for doing this. In other words, your vote is basically saying, yeah, I'll pony up the $100 to join a society such as this one. Is there any discussion? Well, okay, everybody's voting already. Well, I think that's great. Is there any discussion? So how many people would be, I beg your pardon?
He is using the microphone.
The Antibody Society. Oh, we have not yet determined exactly what the dues are going to be. Yeah, I don't know, depend what time is it?
Are we going to get a t-shirt?
The t-shirts will be $22.
You'll get a hat.
So how many people would be interested in joining such a society if we were to have one?
Does that make all of us who join Airheads?
That's terrific. Okay, well, I think it's gratifying to see this kind of support. That's terrific.
Okay, well, so we're done with that one, right?
Well, so let me just go further. We've heard from the Antibody Society. Jamie has mentioned AAI as another potential umbrella or parent organization. I don't know if anyone has any other suggestions right now. Oh, Genetic Society as well. So I think you might, whether anything occurs to you now and you can bring it up, or after your flight home, perhaps you can make other suggestions as well.
Just AAI is, sorry.
Oh, AAI is an American organization, so that's not great. I mean, I just came up with these things, and actually I think the Genetic Society might be American too.
But
so
there's a parent association of which does the immunology, the Worldwide Immunology Conference, right? So they must have some organization as well. So
yeah, okay, that's a great suggestion. Okay, so we should be exploring a variety of options.
I think another one is, at least for part of the work, is you can consider folding into GA for GH.
Sorry?
You can consider folding into the Global Alliance for Genomics and Health, which has taken on a very similar type of work for genomics in general.
I don't think, I mean, that's a pretty loose aggregation of institutions. I don't think you really become in the same way that you'd become a chapter of the Antibody Society or a chapter of the AAI or the immunology. I don't think that.
well, they may not be an actual legal entity society.
It may be a federation of societies, so you'd have to be a society to start with. I mean, I don't know. Great. Well, we will continue to appreciate suggestions for parent organizations to check into. And also, I mean, if you have strong feelings about whether such a society should be independent, we'd like to hear those arguments and discussion of that as well. And we'll continue to conduct that via email.
But there is a caveat. If you want to be independent, you're going to have to, no, just kidding. Why don't we just go through the
That's
second
because
vote
they're
and do it
kibitzing.
again? There's one more vote. There's one more vote, so why don't we just get through the other vote and then, and which is, do you guys want to meet again? This is a pretty much a no-brainer from yesterday, but I thought we should vote on it probably. And again, the organizing committee will, you know, email what you want or give everybody feedback, and I'm kind of hoping we could maybe do it again even here because it was for free and they put $45,000 into it, which was pretty awful nice of them. That'd be really cheap for us. But other people have said, what about Europe? And you know, Britain is probably going to be like Mexico now, so we could do that. Anyway, I'm just kidding.
But not the good food.
8 pesos to the dollar. Anyway.
That's right.
So I'm sorry, I was really rude. But I'm a rude person, so. Anyway, so the where and the when and all that, if you have any feedback on that, just let us know. And so the question is, do you want to have one? Raise your hand if you do. Okay, yeah, me too. I'm going to raise my hand twice. And great, and then what will happen is the organizing committee will keep you all posted. Does that sound good? And then there's communicating progress with the AIRR community. And the 3 things that I have there, that I put there that you've just heard from all the working groups and their plans. So the first thing is, we're thinking with all the votes that we've had and the progress that we've made that we can write an overview, I don't know if we want to call it a white paper, but something that's brief, spiritual, not pretty vague in some ways, but still, we've made a lot of progress with all this voting. And so we need to get something out. Now I think with everybody having voted and their structure that we have, we know where we want to go. We're not completely dressed yet, but we know where we want to go. And so I think we can put together a paper, and anybody that wants to work on that, more than welcome. But you know, something short that we can put into a high-impact journal. And there are also the specific recommendations and papers, whatever, from the working groups, which is awesome. And then we also need to work on our, I can't read that. Oh yeah, the next meeting that we're going to do and the progress on the society. So we just voted on those things and we need to keep everybody posted on that. And I think, is there anything else in terms of communication we need to?
Well, I was just going to mention how we had talked about. So one suggestion, we talked to Tanya, our legal person. Let's say when we do finally get some recommendations that we want to virtually vote on, the suggestion would be that participants from the 2015 community meeting, the 2016 community meeting, and the webinar, that be our voting group, and that we do some sort of virtual electronic vote. And we haven't come up with an idea of I don't think we can say there has to be a quorum, because I think we'd be dead in the water. But I don't know, 50%?
So Felix, if you went to both meetings, do you get 2 votes?
Okay, good. I grew up in Chicago. So I don't know. I think what we're looking for is consensus that those would be the voting members for this next set of recommendations. And so,
any discussion?
Yeah, discussion.
Just if you do set a quorum, it should be really low, like 25% and not 50%. That's all.
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Or just don't have a quorum. Whoever votes, votes.
Right. I think this quorum would kill us personally.
Yeah, maybe a different idea from like a percentage is what amount of members, let's say if we go with some society and we're going to merge in with them, is there some, like, we want 100 people if we're going to create a chapter for you? 10 people's not enough, right?
Yeah.
You'll get feedback from that.
I'm talking about before then, you know, like when we say, okay, do we want to join the we've talked to AI, the immunology, and you know, this is what joining them as a chapter would look like. We present that, and then we want to vote even before once we become a society, then there's going to be real governance. But between now and having actual real governance of a real society, votes would be done, and the participants of 2015, 2016, and including webinars, would be allowed to vote.
Could I just throw something in there? I think we're going to try, Felix is like, try what? But I think that we'll probably try. In the past, at SFU, at our university, we have been able to do like webinar, live, pretty cool broadcasting stuff, but our new VP of research is like, I don't want to go there with. Anyway, kind of destructive to ERMAX, just trying to trash the whole thing, take over all those resources, and God knows do what with them except for just sit on them like a big chicken on an egg. So it's pretty irritating. So anyway, but if that does not happen, and we do get access to those resources, which we've had and which was built with grant funding that professors, not administrators, came up with. Anyway, then just imagine this happening like this, except for in 2D, right? So I'm hoping that we can do that. And we can, when we get home, we'll talk to the VPR about it, and hopefully she'll get on board. But anyway, so the point is that I'm guessing that we'll be able to pull this off, not in a, an email type chat setting or something, but maybe even in a virtual actual meeting.
Just one idea for the voting is that I agree with having very low numbers of votes, and also maybe using fractions of just people who voted in favor versus not. And
yeah, no, I think that that's probably the right thing to do, is to say the yeas and nays and just see what the majority says.
Well, we could always save it for the next meeting if necessary, if there aren't enough people involved. I hate it, but I mean, if people...
No, I think...
No, Tom and I are quitting if we don't. Between now and...
Just on the inclusion criteria, I think there may be a small number of people who, for example, I can think of like Scott Boyd, who participated in some of our working group teleconferences, but I don't think made it to any of the physical meetings, and might be useful to include those people as well.
I literally was thinking, right, I mean, that might be the beginning numbers, and then somebody like Scott could be nominated and run by the organizing committee and put onto the voting list. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard, I think, something like that. Because you're right, I know some people too that have been really trying to get in here and just, yeah.
You know those NIH things like for ethics and you have to take the test and watch, would make them watch all of these.
Tony?
I simply wanted to ask the question, is there any downside to picking a name for ourselves now? We don't have to legally organize to give ourselves a name, and by giving ourselves a name...
Well, that would give us something to do for the next 45 minutes.
I proposed the AIR Society.
AIR Society.
The AIR Society. The reason is...
We have a motion for AIR Society.
The AIR Society is available as Twitter. TAIRRS is available for all domains. Actually, open air, both with and without a dash, are also all available. So we can lock all of that down now if we decide.
So, okay.
I like Open Air Consortium. Although it makes us sound like a greeny environmental group, so maybe not.
Well, so I think we should. I think it's a good idea, Tony, and I think we should talk about a name. But let's make sure that we are all happy with the sense of the voting. Now, I also want to add that I think that the most important things to get taken care of are the recommendations of the working groups, to really get those down into a fixed set of recommendations, a fixed set of principles, to get those really voted on. And I think much as we all dislike bureaucracy, I think that what we should be doing is having a written set of documents, allow for amendments, vote on amendments, all that blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, we have a specific set of recommendations that we've all endorsed. Okay? Any disagreement with that, or about the way we intend to vote for it?
There's a bullet up there that I forgot, and that is where it says we're going to develop recommendations for membership and governance, because we don't actually have any governance right now.
Well, yes.
Yeah, and that's what I think Tom's getting at.
Well, no, that's not what I was getting at. But now that you've brought it up,
that's actually what I was going to bring up. Is this the time to pick one or two or three people who might be kind of leaders with the delegated authority from the group to pick among decisions, for example, with joining societies, or to evaluate those, and they have the authority where they can take steps without calling for votes, and then they can bring those back and we can call votes on what that person might decide.
Yeah, I think, well, so you're asking for an immediate decision, so to speak, and I think that's fine. Maybe we ought to do that. We should discuss that first. I also think that among the other things that should be going on is the drafting of documents. What's the word? Rules of. What word am I looking for here? When you incorporate bylaws. You know, so how is the thing going to be governed? Even just very broadly speaking.
Yeah, that's right.
Just to give us a sense for who we are and how we're going to move forward. What does it mean for these votes to take place and so forth? So I think that that's one other thing that we ought to add to the list.
Well, and plus all the change in leadership, like for instance with the working groups, the working groups right now are people who want to be in them, and we've kind of railroaded some people into becoming the group leaders, but maybe that shouldn't happen forever. Maybe once a year or once every couple of years, you'd have the working group decide who they want their group leaders to be, for instance.
So I
think
stuff like that. So I think that by drafting bylaws that we can all agree upon, we would then be prepared to actually elect representatives, elect the leadership, whoever that would be. But we need the bylaws first in order to make that happen.
The working groups be kind of revisited also a little bit going forward. So for example, at this meeting, it seemed like there was a lot of overlap between all of the presentations between like the minimal standards and like the common repository. So like they'd be like merged in some way potentially. Should there be a new working group for like a germline database as was mentioned before?
Absolutely. I think that that's a great idea, and I think that that's something that we ought to revisit. I think that there's a lot of overlap, as you say, and there are a lot of things that we had working groups for before that have sort of fallen by the wayside. Ethics was one of them, and I think that it would be a very good idea to bring that back. So there seems to have been some. Yeah. So I think it's a great idea, and we are meeting with the working group leaders. Is that right at the end this afternoon? So I think that's a good place to begin that conversation as well. Although if there are specific ideas for additional working groups, particularly if you are volunteering to start one, let's hear about that as well.
I mentioned two things before yesterday. I think one, that the gaps that I see, one is not requirements but guidelines for what has to be in a publication on AIRR. And again, it has to be guidelines because of course people who publish things publish what they want.
What you mean, Avidan, is guidelines that go beyond what we are regarding as minimal standards.
Absolutely. I mean, into the publication, really what should be in the publication as a guideline rather than what has to be submitted with a publication, and going even beyond what is not right now in the minimal requirements, but I would think was on the far right side, which is the VDJ alignment and all that. I mean, even beyond that, what really data should be presented in a publication, because many publications we review just put partial data in it, and it's very difficult even to review it, not to talk about really assess it later. And again, I want to emphasize that must be guidelines and not requirements. But I think if there are such guidelines coming from a society that is a large number of the experts in the field, it's going to be accepted much more even than just a review by 1 or 2 or 3 people if there's society backing it up. And the other gap that I mentioned was, again, guidelines on the state-of-the-art protocols for different things. And of course, those states-of-the-art protocols should be different for different technologies, and they might need to be changed every 2 years. As I mentioned to someone, I'm in the hepatitis, in the ASLD, in the liver disease American Association, and the same thing for the European one. In the last 10 years, we had to change our guidelines every 2 years because luckily, as you might know, hepatitis C treatment has advanced so much in the last 10 years. But that's what it is about. But it's nice if people who are not experts, people who, and there are many people who I know who just start to work on BCR or TCR measurements. They never did any work on that before, but they had a nice idea, and they take a paper from somewhere in the last 5 years, randomly many times, and they look at the methods and they try to copy it. But many times 5 years ago, for them look something reasonable, but for us we know there are many things that are not state of the art anymore. So again, guidelines that are backed up by a society of experts in the field, I think would be very important. So those two things, I think, are two possible working groups that are somewhere between the working groups we have now, because none of the working groups we have now actually is addressing those issues.
Well, that's right. Now, going back to the beginning of these meetings, the whole idea of best practices was part of the discussion as well. And I think that there's still agreement that we want to develop guidelines for best practices. I think that the immediate goal of this meeting was to get the minimal standards done. I agree with you that and I think everyone else, for the most part, agrees that we would like to endorse a set of best practices. Question for the group is, are the working groups adequately outfitted to deal with those questions as well? I mean, you know, tools and resources, for example, if we're talking about tools, so Steve is shaking his head, and as a working group leader, I have to take that head shaking very seriously. So maybe it does require additional working groups to be formed to talk about these as well.
Especially for guidelines for state-of-the-art protocols methodology, I think we must have a representation from different steps of the methodology from the beginning to the end, and not tools. And the tools working group looks a little more biased to one end.
Right.
For the publication one, I think that the group on minimal criteria can be probably enough. I don't know. Steve does agree, maybe.
Yes.
Probably something entirely different, but would it be a stupid idea of a working group like marketing, which is kind of thinking and actively hanging out like carrots out there to attract people to give the data away, even if it's not just for publication's sake or even attract funding. It was also sometimes addressed here about branding, such kind of things.
Absolutely, and I think that when we do get going as a society in whatever way we do, we're going to need not just marketing but development as well.
And education. But there's a difference between working groups and committees. And I just want to make, because I mean you have committees that are kind of like, and this is the thing we've got to start working out, is that you have a committee structure, which we don't have right now, and the working groups are fluid. And from a given working group, just naturally, there are subsets of people that are working on subset problems, which it turns out they're bringing in people from other working groups. You know, this is all just happening, and that's why I think the working groups are having the different issues that they're dealing with, which is a lot of issues when you look at their recommendations. It's killer. And so that's why if there's a particular piece that you want to work on, talk to the working group leaders, because it's going to be mixtures of people. And I would also suggest that if the working groups are aware of people who are not even going to these meetings but could give them advice, like for instance, I'm just going to say, you know, some of the people that Jim Crow was working with, for instance, because they're planning these gigantic data sets that are the same type of data and everything. Well, maybe it'd be a good idea to talk to those guys a little about what they're planning so it can all be compatible, for instance. So if you have advisors, we have never talked about advisors, for instance. So there's a ton of stuff that has to happen here, but we have to do first things first as well.
And you hope working groups at some point will be done, and but a committee like an outreach committee or development committee for a society would presumably be there as long as a society. But are we going to discuss? Do we like this? Would we actually want to change the mandates and configurations of the three working groups? I mean, you guys work so well together and have worked so hard together. But what do you? So I guess it would be up to you guys.
I think for the repository working group, we definitely do want to realign the, and if we can come up with something, I think there's going to be.
Right. So there's a question of what discussion needs to be had among the working group leaders, and what discussion we need to solicit from people who are not currently members of any working group. So if there are people out there who have suggestions, this is the opportunity for you to bring them up to us now. Because we will be talking about the reorganization, potential reorganization of the working groups after the main part of the meeting is over.
Yeah, we just don't want to improve, we don't want to impede their progress. That's the only thing. Let's not slow these folks down. They've got a lot to do.
I mean, I think it depends a little on timelines. Depends on what is the timeline the working groups think they're going to take them to finish their tasks, and what is the timelines that we want to do new tasks. If, for example, my suggestion for those new 2 guidelines is accepted, if people think that it's 2 things that are nice to do, and if we want to do them for the next meeting, so to like we did like you did, I just joined, but like you guys did so nicely from 2015 to 2016 that now we have it ready for discussion. If we would like to have those 2 guidelines or other things discussed in 2016, the question if the current working groups have enough work and time and power to do that, or we should enlist more people to do other things.
More people, and I would suggest, I think this is what you meant by the difference between committees and working groups. I mean, I would suggest we organize the working groups around very concrete tasks or deliverables that can then be discussed at the next meeting. So for example, I would just say like the tools and resources, for example, had like multiple very large deliverables that they were proposing. And I don't know how the people on that group feel, but you know, maybe that makes sense to sort of split it out into the sort of the biological kinds of resources versus the software type resources, and be very concrete about the deliverable associated with each, and each group of people can focus on that and deliver next meeting.
I'm not going to be here for the afternoon session, but I totally agree.
Any one of the working groups suggest how much time it approximately took last year to participate in these working groups?
So most of the working groups have been having regular or semi-regular meetings for about half the year, I think. Tools and resources has been a little feast or famine. So we've had periods of very, very intense work and periods of absolutely no work for 6 months. I think my impression is the other 2 have been a little more consistent in spreading it out, but it's really about what you can get people to do. People aren't probably going to invest much more than 2 or 3 hours every 2 or 3 weeks, because we all have full-time jobs too.
I guess for our working group, we had 1-hour teleconferences monthly, and then we had, I think it was 2 sessions where we devoted 3-hour blocks to reviewing, again via teleconference, and then it was kind of working offline for the rest of it, and that was kind of as much or as little as you wanted.
I also, just to follow up on what, to combine these last 2 points, I think a lot of the working groups took some time to get started because the mandate wasn't really clear, especially for tools and resources. We had a sort of initial discussion right after the 2015 meeting, and we got some basic outlines, which were a lot of the open and sharing things that we've presented this week, and maybe a little taste of some of the standards and benchmarking stuff. And then it kind of petered out because there wasn't really any clear mandate for what we wanted to do next. And so just to combine those last 2 points, yeah, both the difference between a working group and a committee, but then that feeds into how much time you're spending on things, because if you know what you're supposed to be doing, it's much easier to spend time on things.
So we more or less met once every 2 weeks, but I would say we really geared up towards the end. And again, I think that was about figuring out what exactly we were doing. So, but actually now I think this meeting's been really, really obviously helpful for us. So I feel like we have much greater capacity now to get it done. So that's good.
And I would say the growth from 2015 meeting to 2016 meeting, not even just the number of people in the room, although there's growth in that too, but in terms of getting our feet under us and really being productive and pushing this forward, the difference between this year and last year is quite a lot. And so that's a really nice thing to be able to keep building on.
Is it time to think about names?
No. What do we have to?
So are we going to put names into nomination? So what have we got? Tony said, the AIR Society. Chaim said, the Open Air, what did you say, Chaim?
I said the Open Air Consortium, but after
Open Air Consortium. But then he immediately withdrew it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was chatting with somebody, and it's like, it'd be really good for our Google traffic at least, right? Open Air Consortium, like people searching for Greenpeace and Sierra Club and stuff, and we get a lot of traffic that way. I mean, I do like Open Air in terms of a lot of the stuff we're trying to do with sharing resource and stuff, but yeah, as a society name, it might be a little too much.
I think also in addition to just
you could, Tony just said, just to repeat that, what Tony just said is you could be, for instance, the AIR Society, and then, you know, things that meet the standards we want to set out are open air compliant or something. You know,
right.
We could definitely do both.
That seems quite reasonable to me. Is no one going to offer an alternative to the AIR Society? Well,
so is it the AIR Society?
Okay. Yes. So that's just dropping the R's, like my colleagues in Boston. Oh, Avidan. I think it's the receptor repertoire that makes it different. Well, I personally don't think we need the I, but there you have it.
Yeah. A lot of people thought you needed the A.
We could be the adaptive receptor repertoire group.
Yeah.
Oh, we could all dress like pirates. I love it. Little eye patch.
I like that. I like the AIR Society and then that open air compliant. I thought that was pretty nice. Normalize that.
I think so. AIR is nice, and AIR Society probably captures everything that we need to capture.
And the thing is, we are working in the repertoire. It is a repertoire. I mean, it's not just the receptors; it's the repertoires that's so difficult about this.
So let's just make sure that we all agree on what AIRR actually stands for. What does it stand for?
Adaptive Immune Receptor Repertoires.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good.
And does it have a hyphen between AI? Can we get rid of the hyphen? I'd like to get rid of the hyphen.
Certainly, if we're using initials, it should be the hyphens in there.
Oh, there's no hyphens in the initials. Certainly.
You know, if you want to spell out the, you know, for documentations, if the official name is the Adaptive Immune Receptor Repertoire Society and we just use the AIR Society as a shorthand, then maybe we can talk about hyphens. But if we're really just going to use AIR and only the acronym and drop the what it stands for almost entirely, yeah, well, Tatiana points out.
What's Tanya's comment?
That we might not be a society, but a consortium, or I don't know.
Oh, you're saying that the word that we're tacking on at the end is what we ought to be talking about. So what are the implications for calling ourselves a society rather than a consortium or a group? Or
it's going to depend on whether the society you're joining is going to let you be a society.
So that's a good point too.
Right? So it's not, the discussion here is to join another society, and so you actually aren't forming a society, right? So
well, I don't
you're
know.
A chapter or you're a group, or, I mean, I actually just like open air and just leaving it at that. Like, I think it's actually kind of cool. But
could it just be AIR? Does it need anything other than that? It's kind of like how, and as a trademark kind of thing, we don't even need to actually spell out what it is. It's just, we are AIR and that's it. It's like how KFC is no longer Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's just KFC.
Or we could see what happens with joining other societies before finalizing a name and just have a draft name now.
So I suppose what we could just agree on is AIR itself, with potential suffixes to be added depending on the needs of our parent.
AIR is taken on GitHub, by the way, as an organization.
and in other
What do you mean
in other
taken by us
domains.
or by someone else?
There's someone else, and
some
it's
dude
taken.
that's got
AIRR?
yes.
And it's gone in other places too, Tony reports.
So we probably need for domain names and for Twitter accounts and for whatever to pick what would be after the air.
So you're thinking that we need to do that right away?
What about?
Well, if you want to,
no, only if we want to
the Instagram account or the Snapchat.
What about consortium though?
Tony says with a G so the AIR group it would be available. But I mean, we don't also have to be registering a Twitter account in a URL today. So, we can leave this for, a month or 6 months from now if we wanted to.
Well, what are we exactly? Are we a consortium?
I mean, consortium kind of captures it a bit, doesn't it?
I would like to second the proposal of just open air and leave open consortium. If we are a consortium later or a society or whatever, you can tag it on. But in terms of registering websites, if that's open.
Sounds like we have loose morals.
We have minimal.
And we have minimal standards.
We have minimal standards.
You said something about the Beatles before.
So we have a motion that open air is preferable to air. How many people? What's the discussion around that? Anyone want to speak for or against that?
What would the capitalization look like?
Capital O, lowercase p-e-n, capital A, capital I, capital R.
One word or space between the two?
One word.
One word.
I mean, yeah.
I thought we did also want to support closed air data as well, though.
Oh, man.
Or are you going to?
No, I don't have anything creative to say.
You're just going to stand there by the microphone?
Well, my wit is so slow I have to be here so that when something comes to me, I'm ready to grab it.
Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly where we stand right now. So wait, well, let's have, all right, what I need is a motion from the floor.
That wasn't what I was going to say, but it is, social media is something that we want to capture, and every moment that we wait, things get taken. So I think it is important to consider that in the selection of our handle. Or
no, I agree.
One of the other handles that's often used in this is a .org. So I'm not sure whether that one's available. So just air.org.
So yesterday when we discussed the AIRR, I looked it up and it was not taken, and then he tried to register it and it was taken like half an hour later. So somebody in this room must own the A. Okay. Well, that's a possibility too. But yesterday it wasn't taken yet, and now it is.
Yesterday it was not taken, and today it is.
It's also
Which means that Tony checking all these domains means we better act like now.
Well, and it's not
I know.
about
Hey,
Tony's ruining things for us here.
the website. It's about the hashtag or the Twitter handle as well. So org is good for the website, but maybe not working.
Not for the name itself.
Tony said open air is available on Twitter, so
let's vote quickly.
okay. A motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Chaim. I can't myself move to make a vote, but all right, let's not stand by Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah.
Let's first vote on the name Open Air. How many people are in favor of using Open Air as the name of this? Well, okay, that's why I was asking for motions. I don't want to have to do this. Lindsay, please.
Add something. So there was discussion
Yes.
about having a suffix later. So that's
Yes, that's a good point. So let's try to be explicit about it.
We could also, just as a way of addressing that, and also the issue Melissa raises, that we can just be open air for now and grab those handles, and then if we join the Antibody Society and they tell us, well, you can be a group but not a society or a consortium, then we can, in terms of any sort of formal incorporation, we can be the Open Air group or the Open Air consortium or the Open Air Society, and whichever one of those we are, we can still use, openair.org or @openair on Twitter and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead, Steve. Do you want to?
Just quickly, I mean, Well, obviously, I really like OpenAIR for some of these initiatives where we're promoting sort of open software and free use. I'm not sure that that's really sort of the overall goal of what we're trying to do, and I think by maybe calling ourselves OpenAIR and maybe puts too much focus on that we're trying to, that we're really exclusively focused on having these things be open.
I second.
Yeah,
Sorry, Avidan, what did you say? You second that?
I second Steve, yeah.
Okay, so
You second what Steve said. Yeah, I third what Steve says. I mean, I find OpenAIR, it's a little bit, we're not, have we completely agreed that everything is open, and it's a teeny.
It's cool, but it's, as a name, official name, it's cool as a name, but officially.
It's a little bit, as an old guy, it's a little bit frivolous.
I actually have exactly the opposite perspective. I think we should be that focused on openness, but I'm not sold on it as a name.
So what I'm going to suggest is that we vote on two names, AIR and OpenAIR, and that we leave open in both cases the possibility of adding a word to the end of either one, depending on exactly what kind of organization we end up being. So before we do the vote, what I'd like to do is open it to discussion. We've heard on people saying they like it. We've had people say that they don't. Let's continue that discussion before we call the vote.
So a meta question to that, are we talking about how we call ourselves?
Yes.
Or what we register? I thought the much more concrete thing is what do we register? Yeah. That's what, AIR is not an option because you can't register it because it's taken. That's why I was going to vote for OpenAIR, and I think just registering it, there's no harm done, as other people were saying. We're not committing to anything, but it's a cool handle to have.
Okay, so this is a different question then. So it's another vote altogether. Should we register OpenAIR for our use as a group? Okay, I wasn't calling the vote, but it looks like is there any dissent? Okay, so I think that's a done deal.
Thank you, Tony.
And now regarding what we call ourselves as a group. So my intent, unless there are amendments to it, is that we will vote on the two names, AIR and OpenAIR. People will choose one, the other, or abstain, and that in either case, additional word can be appended to the end depending on future decisions.
I mean, my preference would be certainly on AIR alone because it leaves kind of more space. I think we had already quite some word games here which can be implemented like tools, like OpenAIR can be in a tool, air gun, air guitar, all these things. And if it's open, then OpenAIR gun sounds a little bit weird.
That's actually not a bad point.
I would also, I guess push abstain or delay as a real option here because sort of the urgency was in grabbing exhaustible resources in terms of handles for various things. I'm not crazy about AIR or OpenAIR without some sort of noun attached, which seems like it's going to be a question that has to be resolved later. So I guess I'm campaigning for the delay vote.
Mm-hmm.
I'd campaign for the let's decide while we're in the room, and we're gonna, whatever we're doing, we're gonna start trying to put out position papers and everything. So it'd be nice to have a name, I think.
It looks like both AIR Group and airsociety.org are currently open.
Why don't we just be, for now, why don't we just be the AIR Group so that we can get these papers out? Or AIR Consortium is consortium? I can't hear you.
You're getting both positive and negative murmurings around the word consortium.
So, but let's have a concrete proposal. Are you suggesting that we actually so there's, the list right now is AIR blank.
Sorry,
OpenAIR blank.
Apparently this one's not horrendous. What about AIR Alliance?
AIR Alliance.
That way you become ERA.
You AIR.
And we have AIR Alliance.
It's a frequent flyer club.
I could use support.
I actually do kind of like that, despite the joke.
About you like AIR Alliance. Okay, so we have AIR blank, Open AIR blank, AIR Alliance, AIR Group. Oh, an AIR Consortium. Okay, so we've got 5 to choose from. I don't know if we can actually keep all 5 in our collective heads. Eric?
Oh, I just wanted to make a play for AIR Group. I mean, it's something that we could realistically shorten into a domain name consortium. We'd need to come up with some sort of abbreviation.
And the fact of the matter is, if we become part of society and they want to have, we want to call ourselves, we're not part of a society right now. We are a group. We can change our name later when we become a, quote, formal, legal part of something. But we're not formal or legal yet. Or we could keep that.
We have 5 names on the slate. What's that?
Is it also open air with all of those things? Write a quick Python script.
No.
So maybe the first step is to whether or not we attach the AIR, and then we can figure out which suffix afterward, or lack of suffix, as the case may be.
Well, do you just want to go down the line here and go, okay, how many of you want to adapt to
I think Chaim is making a separate suggestion.
Just to narrow it down so we're not, because otherwise, if you're really trying to sort between 5 or 6 options, you're going to have to sit here and really count hands.
Yes.
Whereas
right.
an up or down is much easier unless it's really close. So like we could just start with, do we want to attach the open as a prefix or just leave it as AIR, which I think it sounds like there's a reasonably strong consensus on.
Well,
and then we can afterwards we can vote on whether or not we have a suffix or which of these words we want as a suffix.
So the motion is to vote on AIR or open AIR as the starting point of the rest of the name. Any discussion? All in favor of AIR as opposed to open AIR? All in favor of open AIR? The AIRs have it.
I think the Tools and Working Group, Tools and Resources Working Group might need to secede since Eric and I were the only votes for open AIR.
Open group. Okay, and now the second part is...
It was, okay, excellent. So we have open AIR on Twitter. Or, Comnet.org, not on Twitter.
Okay, the next thing is...
So let's say, do we want to add a suffix to AIR or not? And then does that seem...
The motion is to vote on whether we add a suffix to AIR at this point or not.
Just if anybody thinks it's a reasonable way of doing things, or if they want to preserve all their options still.
Discussion? Okay.
So the question is, are we going to leave it at just AIR, or are we going to do AIR X, where X is one of those options up?
So I guess the point is, do we want to add a suffix to it now, or wait until after additional decisions have been made?
Or never. I mean, the
right.
point is, do we add one? Do we want one badly enough we want to add one now, or do we just want to leave it as AIR indefinitely, whether we with the option to revisit always?
Can I just point out that it would be a little weird to have a group called AIR with no name to it afterwards.
So you're voting
in
for a
that
suffix.
when we go, when there goes to when we go to to publish something or whatever, then there may be that may be a little odd, but I
mean, we're the AIR community.
Community, yeah.
AIR community?
I was just going to say, because all of our contact so far has been AIR community, et cetera. The AIR community meeting is what we are at right now.
Okay, so
it's AIR community.
Club.
AIR club.
Let's
would
not
be
add
AIRCom for short.
Let's not.
Felix is not just the president. AIR club? Yeah. For men? Never mind.
Okay, so maybe we'll just skip to voting on which suffix, since it sounds like there's a pretty no.
Yeah.
Is there a strong contingent of people who want to leave it as just AIR for now?
Are we voting right now?
Yes. If you raise your hand if you want to leave it as just AIR.
Tom's calling.
Oh, sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
No, that's right. So, but you are free, please, to make a motion.
Okay.
What would you like for us to vote on?
I move we add a suffix to air. How about that? Add a noun.
So the vote is, do we add a suffix now, or do we leave it as just plain air? So, right, do we understand the choice? So the first, how many are in favor of adding a suffix now? Ooh, this is going to be tight. Okay. Opposed? Oh, it's not tight at all. Okay. So now the question is on which suffix. What second word actually? So I can't read from this far away.
Group, consortium, alliance, community, and apparently we really have to add club too.
I'm going to speak to community because that's really, the whole spirit of what we've been doing.
Is it a country club or just a club?
Apparently it's only for men.
So we now have a list of, again, is it 5? We've got 5 names. Are there any other names that we should be listing before we?
God, this is going to get out of hand real fast.
So, right, I mean, I'm not suggesting we do, I'm just giving people the opportunity. So we have 5 names. Why don't we,
I would motion for a quick show of hands of each of them, and then you see if it's tight at all.
Okay, that's fine. We have a motion for a quick show of hands. Show of hands.
Are we doing multiple votes or just everybody pick one?
I think it's preferable if everyone would just choose one, although we have no way of really knowing except that I know where you're sitting, Chaim.
We've been watching you.
Yeah, I'm pretty loudmouthed, so it's okay.
So the first one is AIR Group. We have, it looks like 6 people in the room who are in favor of that name. AIR Consortium. 2, 3. AIR Alliance.
We got one.
We do have one. Okay, make sure you raise your hand up high. AIR Community. AIR Club. Look, yeah, I mean, oh, so we actually have.
Okay.
Oh. Well, so at the moment, AIR Community is the decided favorite.
That website's also available as well, AIRR.community.
It is? Okay, terrific. So let me just put...
So after all that voting, nothing's changed from yesterday.
Well, no, we actually have now made the vote, and that's actually an important change. So let's just, I want to reconfirm this. From now on, this group will be called the AIR Community. All in favor? I'm going to ignore that. Opposed? So be it. AIR Community. All right, AIR Community. That's right. Thank you for that clarification, Eric. Great. Well done.
So we do have, if we're kind of done with this stuff, I've got 2 more slides, and they won't take hardly any time at all.
Yeah, until people start talking.
People later can meet. We've got a couple rooms, breakout rooms, people who want to work with the working groups.
Starting at 2.
A white
You can't push the button, honey.
No, the button's pushed.
Okay. So at 2 o'clock. So is that right? Yeah, 2 o'clock, whoever wants to show up for, is that right? The
It says 2:30, but let's make it 2 o'clock. We might as well.
then we can get out earlier and drink. No, so yeah, I don't know how to get those slides back. One of them is just saying basically it's got Felix's email address and get people, whoever is interested in joining or somebody you might know that might be interested in just being able to receive email spam from us. So that's one slide. Yeah, just go to the next slide. Is there an arrow or something there? There you go. That.
That's me.
Yeah, and then the last slide is thank yous. And we have to really do like a standing ovation for John Warren especially and Joe Breen. They got all the money. They put the whole thing together. I don't know if John's here. And then these are the people who were wonderful and did a huge amount of work. So all the AV stuff is done by Aaron and Jasmine back there. Jasmine, thank you. And Rob Harrison.
Mention posting,
Oh, and the posting of the session, yeah, that's right. So, and also these are gettable. We'll send, we'll put up where you can, there'll be a link at the IRMAC site for sure. Okay, and then Grace and Marlene and Marilyn and Megan and Stacy helped us with everything. I don't know if they're here, but yeah, they're more of the NIH conference committee people, the conference group. So thank them. And then the people at IRMAC who made all these booklets and helped us with pretty much everything too. You want to say what they did?
Boyan, Kelly helped with putting the booklet together. Boyan's going to be uploading things and has uploaded things to the website. Zena got the people together in the Carluccios and helped organize the mailing list. Pam Bargart runs everything at IRMAC, so those are the people.
Thanks to them. And Eric and Corey for running the chat. Thank you. Yeah. We're done. We're done.
So tools and resources, the entire leadership is leaving, but let's just meet over in that corner if you want to chat about anything. Otherwise, see you on BTCR.
Great. Thanks, everybody. This is for hanging in.